Yeah, it's showtime. Hey, 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 hey. Peace, love, peace, love, peace, love, health and wealth vibe tribe. Like and subscribe. Help your boy break away from that 9 to 5. So we got a little bit of a different wait, first of all, I wanna say shout out to all of y'all who is tuned in currently. And I want to say shout out to all of those who will tune in during the broadcast. And I want to say shout out to everybody who's going to tune in after the broadcast. Yeah. We are back in the building, man. So I'm gonna give it a second to see. I'm gonna wait for at least one person to join before we hop in. What up? What up? What up? Let's see if I can play some music. Banner. How you play the music again? I don't remember. Not private chat. Banner. Create a banner. Talking points. How do you? How do you? Background music. There you go. Let's see. All right. I'm just gonna wait for a couple people to get in here before we get started. Hey, hey, I like that. Yo, yo. All right. So I ain't gonna take too much of y'all time, man. So here, um, I got a video that I want to play, y'all, and I feel like this video is very, very important. Uh, like I said, I like to highlight people who's doing the work, so I don't want to watch this video and then take credit for it. I don't know, I don't know what to say. Hold on, I might need to watch this later. Let me put this to say to later. There's something else I want to watch. All right, yo, we got anybody in the building? Nobody love me. All right, so all right, so it's 5 minutes in. We're gonna get this thing started. What's up, BOT? All right, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up, Battle of the Twins? How you doing, beautiful? All right. So, and today, so if you don't know, I'm starting a series, and it's called Removing Manifestation Blockages. Okay. So I'm okay. I'm doing all right. Wish I had some snacks. What's up, Robin? What's going on? Okay, we starting to get a couple people coming in. That's what's up. I'm happy to see y'all. Yeah, so I'm starting a series called Removing Manifestation Blockages. I know, very creative, right? I know. But I feel like these messages is going to get to those who need it and those who don't. Well, let me not say that, right? Because there's probably a million people who need it, but I feel like it's going to be a divine alignment, right? I wish this message could get out to more people, but it is what it is. Shout out to the Green Hearts. Thank you, Robin. All right. So what we got going on today is we're gonna have movie night tonight, right? So we're gonna watch a video from one of my favorite online coaches, life coaches, et cetera, right? Her name is Coach Val, right? And you can find her on. So I know her from Instagram, and then I followed her YouTube. And her name is Coach Val J. I really like her, and let me tell you the reasons why I like her. I like her for one because she's very smart. She's very down to earth, and you can tell that she really cares about the work that she's doing. Okay, so she always come up with these different little strategies and acronyms and all of this stuff to help us get in touch with ourself, right? Like no matter what, no tarot reader, no coach, no therapist, no matter what, if you don't have a connection to yourself, then you're gonna be stuck. And if you do get unstuck, you're not going to be able to appreciate life for what, excuse me, for what it's worth. Rhonda, what's up, my girl? What's up, Rhonda? Peace, love, health, and wealth to you. All right. So yeah, I'm happy we got a couple people coming in now. I'm so happy. So like I was saying, Coach Val, not only is she smart, she's she's not uppity, she don't use all of these big giant words. And when she do use them, it's like it's the right word at the right time. It's not like she's trying to impress nobody or nothing like that, but she got a purpose and she's moving in it, right? Oftentimes y'all hear me talk about an unhealthy relationship that I have with my mother. And Coach Val definitely gives that motherly energy that I wish that I could have had growing up. You understand what I'm saying? And then so not only do she's very relatable, she's down to earth. I don't know where she get the content from, right? I don't know where she gets the content from, but she keeps on coming back and coming back and coming back with fresh new content. And it's just very, very, very refreshing. Like I don't know if some of y'all in the spiritual community heard of like that Big Mama movement or the Big Mama energy. You know what I'm saying? But she definitely got that matriarchal, that divine feminine energy, but she's also very balanced, right? With her masculine energy because she's very logic, because she's very strategic, because she's a fighter. You understand what I'm saying? She said, getting settled, remembering our first reading. I will be getting in touch with you. That's what's up. That's what's up, Rhonda. I remember a little bit about some of the conversations we had. So hopefully everything is balancing out for you. Shout out to my shout out to the family out there in Kansas City. Shout out to the family out there. Shout out to the family out there in Massachusetts. Robin, I can't remember where you was from, Robin, but shout out to you wherever you from. Shout out to the land, right? Shout out to the land. So yeah. So I can go on and on and on about what I like about Coach Val, right? She's very smart. She keeps coming up with with fresh. Yes, you remember Goosebumps. She keeps coming up with fresh, new, innovative like tips and strategies to help you get in tune with you. And I really like that because, like I said, man, without no belief, without no desire, without no what, without the want for better, you're probably going to block yourself from getting better. And then, even if you do get better, you're not going to be able to utilize whatever blessing you do have because you're going to either be stuck in the past or whatever, whatever, whatever. So, yeah, I remember the goosebumps. So, let me make sure everything is on the up and up with this video, and then I'll share the screen. So for those who's watching, we're gonna watch Virginia. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. Shout out to Virginia Beach, y'all. Shout out to VA. All right, yeah, yeah, yeah. I need to get out there, Robin. Let your boy sleep on the couch for a couple days, Robin, man. I'll buy you some nuggets or something. I'll get a donation. We can go to Wendy's and get some nuggets. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? I need some I need some saucy nuggets, well done, spicy. You know what I'm talking about? Spicy, well done, saucy nuggets. You already know. But so the video is gonna be about 38 minutes and some change. She's gonna go in. I didn't take notes earlier when I saw this video. But I might take notes now, and I want you guys to take notes too. And please, if you can, save all questions to the end. I will be in the chat, and I will be able to text in the chat. But as far as like, if you got any questions, please save it to the end. And what I want y'all to do, to be honest, I want y'all to either pull out y'all notepad in your phone, because y'all can watch the video and pull up the notepad, right? Or I want you to pull out a pen and a paper if you like doing the old school way. And I want you to take notes. So even if you don't have any questions at the end, I still want us to have some dialogue about some of the things that she was talking about in the video, because like, she's very logical. She's a great motivator. Like, it's just so many good things that I like about this lady, man. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. Like, this is a lady that I will like. I would, like, just salute. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is somebody I want to get. I'm gonna hit her up and see if she want to come on the live one day, come on the podcast or whatever. But yeah, man, Coach Val, man. So I'm gonna give y'all. So we about 13 minutes in, right? So I'm gonna start the video at 14 minutes. But at 14 minutes, I want y'all to have y'all pen and pad ready. So y'all got about 50 seconds to go. All right. Go ahead and get a pen and a pad. All right. And or open up your notepad and then type done when you're done. All right. But if you need more time, then type need more time. All right. We got about 30 seconds. So if you need more time, let me know. She said turquoise writing headphones. What's that person turquoise writing headphones? What is that? I don't get it. Or was it supposed to be an emoji? Was you sending me an emoji? Oh, that's the okay. So they was describing the note taking emoji. Person turquoise writing headphones. I don't know why the emoji didn't pop up. Oh, that minute went by fast, y'all. So maybe we can take a whole nother 45 seconds or so. So get y'all pens and y'all pads, man. Cause like I said, it's about 40 minutes long, and it's going to be she gives out a lot of information when she talk. I love listening. I've been following Coach Val. I started following her back like in 2021 on Instagram, and I've been keeping up with her off and on throughout the years, man. So, all right, Robin Dennis, do anybody else need more time? Robin says she's ready. All right. All right. Anybody else need more time, or are we ready to start the video? Hold on, let me make sure I close off the Pornhub. Make sure y'all can make sure y'all make sure I ain't got nothing crazy on the screen. No, not extra camera. Share screen. All right, here. Share screen. Should I do entire screen or a specific window? Because if I do window, or do I do the edge tab? Okay, so maybe I never did it like this before. Maybe I do it like this time. Hit share. 'Cause that way, is if I click off or something like that, y'all won't be able to see it. Hey, let's take a second to drop some green hearts in the chat, y'all. Can y'all copy and paste some hearts in the chat so we can get boosted in the algorithm? Oh, I see it. You used the YouTube emoji. That's what it was. Okay. All right. So the YouTube, all right. So that's good to know. The YouTube emojis show in the YouTube chat, but some of them don't show in the StreamYard chat. And if y'all want, once this get done, I will post a live. All right. I mean, I will post a link so we can have like a post dialogue if y'all want. Okay. But yeah, boost hit the let's spam. Let's take another minute. Let's spam the chat with some emojis or something. Just spam it. Spam it, spam it, spam it. All right. And let's get some people up here. But yeah, though, man, shout out to Coach Val, man. Hopefully she see this and be proud and be happy. You know what I'm saying? Because people like her, I ain't gonna say that they don't get the recognition that that they deserve, but they don't get enough of it. And I guarantee that, man. So come on, y'all. Let's spam some hearts in the chat, man. Let's get this chat popping. All right. All right. So let me go ahead and share the screen. Where's my mouse at? I left the mouse right here on the floor so I can remember where it was at. I don't see it no more. Dang. Somebody picked it up and moved the mouse. All right. I'll try to find it later. Okay. So I can't just share one tab. Is that what you're saying? All right. So maybe while this playing, I'll try to find my mouse. All right. So will it let me share the, it's not letting me share nothing at all. So what's up, man? Ain't nobody gonna drop no emojis in the chat for your boy. Block the screen, reload the page. What? Why can't I share the screen? So which one do I gotta refresh? Do I gotta refresh this one? Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. Then reload the page. Camera, microphone, enhance video. It says click the screen icon in your address bar. I don't see a screen icon. Let me just refresh it and see. I wonder if I gotta stop the music before I share the screen. That might be what it is. My bad, y'all. Y'all still with me? Everybody good? All right, let's see if this works. All right, boom. Let's share the screen. All right, so let's hit presentation, share screen. window, entire screen, audio. Okay, so it's doing this one. All right, y'all. So here we go, y'all. Here go my girl, Coach Val. So the name of this video is Manifest Your Desires by Cooperating with the Universe. Okay. So shout out to Coach Val. Y'all go like and subscribe, man. This is not a paid promotion or nothing like that. So this is just me doing this out of the purity of my heart, man.
Not to overcome, not to argue with, not to complain about, but to cooperate. The laws are meant to bring some known into the unknown. The laws are meant to bring some known into the unknown. So you're not walking out in uncharted territories, and your system, your brain is set to keep you safe. And so the brain is like, I'm not safe, I'm not safe, I'm not safe. This is new. The laws of the universe are designed to bring some known into the unknown so that you have something you can hold on to. It's like you're walking into a staircase and it's completely dark, but you can position your feet to know the next step. They're in order. Every 12 inches there's a step, so you know they're in order, and you can hold on to the rail so that you can feel safe even in the space of the unknown. Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I'm talking through my headset because I'm in a noisy environment, and I want to make sure that you can hear me. Noisy, dear, because the TV's up. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Talking about cooperating with the laws of the universe instead of cooperating and collaborating instead of fighting. I'm fighting. I've got to overcome fear. I've got to overcome procrastination. I have to fight with this. I have to fight with that, as opposed to how might I cooperate with what is existing. So, as an example, the brain seeks to keep you safe. That's its job. Its job is to keep you safe. So instead of fighting with, I got to get out of my comfort zone, I got to feel the fear, I got to overcome fear, I got to face fear, all these things that build up resistance, you simply can start asking yourself, what's my action plan when fear presents itself? What's my action plan when fear presents itself? As opposed to, being fearful of fear. You don't have to be fearful of fear. Just ask what's your action plan when it presents itself. So today I have about 30 minutes, and I wanted to talk about cooperating, because cooperation, I don't know if that's resistance with that word for you. It's not for me. Cooperation, collaborate, connect with, all of those provide clarity in the doing, in the actionable steps. And so I want to go over a couple of things. I had a wonderful conversation, Coach, this morning, and these are some of the key points that I wanted to share with all of y'all, in the power of stop trying to fight stuff, stop trying to overcome, because you feel like I've got to win this battle before I even start the real war. So if procrastination is something, or fear of judgment, or fear of whatever, you think you got to win that battle before you can even move in the direction of that which you desire. And I'm telling you, no, you don't. No, you don't. Glad to have you here. No, you don't. What would life look like if I cooperated with the laws of the universe? So we know law of attraction. We know that thoughts are things. We know that words create worlds. What if I start cooperating with that? We know that this is a feeling universe. It's our experiences are corresponding with our feelings, and so if we can put feelings behind the words that we speak, and the thoughts that we think, and they're in alignment with that which we desire to experience. Does it happen immediately? Do we get the thing tomorrow? Do we get it tomorrow? Maybe, maybe not. But what we do get, what we will get, what we shall get immediately is some known in the unknown. Again, I use the example of walking a staircase. You still got to walk it. Maybe it's dark, but after 3 or 4 steps, you recognize, okay, wait, these steps, every 12 inches, another step presents. So if I just push my foot forward that much and feel my way, I know a step is there. Oh, and guess what? There's a handrail and a wall. So if I keep my hand on the handrail and I take my foot and move it upward the same way I did the previous steps that I could see, if I do that, and that continues and continues, I don't have to keep saying, when is it going to be over? When am I going to get it? When is it going to manifest? When, which leaves me anxious, which leaves me not focused on the task at hand, which is to move my foot in accordance in a rhythmic motion, up, forward, up, forward, up, forward, up, forward. That's movement in the direction of my finish line. And if I keep my hand hold steadfast to the wall or to the railing, I'm walking in the darkness. I'm walking in the unknown, but I brought some known with me. The laws of the universe are you bringing the known into the unknown. So you're always operating in them anyway. You're either going to operate in them to take you to your finish line or to create obstacles that halt you from your finish line. You're operating in them anyway. When people say, oh, I'm just going to quit, I'm just going to quit. That's cool. I do these affirmations. I do this, and it doesn't seem like it's making a difference. So I'm just going to quit. Cool. You didn't quit. You just chose to cooperate to your demise rather than your destiny. You didn't quit. You just quit operating in your fulfillment. You just start operating in your failure. You ain't quit nothing, because it doesn't quit. As long as you're breathing, it ain't no quit. So you got to remember that when you think there's no relief in the quitting, that's like, again, using the analogy, you're in the stairwell. You figured out after several steps that it's up, forward, up, forward, up, forward. And then you're somewhere in there, it's dark, and you're like, I'm just going to quit, which means I'm not going to take a step forward. The steps are still there. The wall is still there. The darkness is still there. But the more you stay still and stalled and stagnant, the more fear it becomes. Because tomorrow you'll say, oh my goodness, I've averaged 100 steps a day. I sat in this same space for a week. That's 700 steps I did not take. So now not only are you stuck with the feelings of stuckness, you're stuck with the feelings of regret. The universal laws continue whether you do or not. The laws of the universe are present whether you decide to cooperate in the direction of your desires or decide to cooperate in the direction of your demise. You operate in the direction of your desires or the direction of your demise. The laws, the situations, the circumstances aren't deciding your desires or your demise. You are. The laws, the situations, the circumstances are not deciding your demise or your desires. You are. And as long as you stand in the space, if you choose, you don't even have to believe it. If you just choose to operate as though it were true, your life would change today. We are all in the staircase. We're all in the stairwell. Forward progress is dark. Forward progress is unknown. It may be scary. We are all afraid. All of us are. But the manner with which we process it is what makes the difference. The manner with which we process it makes the difference. And I get to decide how I'm going to process it. You get to decide how you're going to process it. That's why I can affirmatively, confidently say, I am powerful, because I'm deciding my stairwell experience. I'm deciding my action plan for fear. I'm deciding that. And so are you. I'm deciding it, and so are you. So you've got to start asking yourself, if things aren't going the way that you want them to go, if you have decided that the universe is against you, the universe is operating, you're putting that descriptor there. I use the example of when I say deciding your your desires fulfilled or your demise. Two people standing there, looking forward, right? They both want this thing and they're walking towards it. If you have decided, if you've got this dark outlook that says nothing works out for me, see, there's evidence. I don't have it yet. Nothing works out. And then the other person says, I'm the decider of my fate. I'm the filter through which I experience things. Both of y'all are walking along the same path, right? And then a tree that's shriveled up and weathered off, a tree that's bearing no fruit is in front of you, and you both are hungry. A tree bearing no fruit is on your path. The person who decided that their demise says, see, here's the evidence. Here's a tree that's no fruit on it. It's not, it's there, but it's not really doing anything. See, I knew it. The same person, same path that made a decision to cooperate with the laws of the universe, to their desires, looks at that tree and says, oh, this tree bears no fruit. This tree's still alive. That's evidence that life is available in this space. Same tree, same outer results, but two people are processing it differently. One will use the tree as the reason why they can't have it, and then will stay stalled, stuck, stagnant, and say, see, I've seen evidence. The other will see it as a reason why they can have it and know that if I stay here, I'm going to mirror the tree. If I stay here, I'm going to mirror the tree. Unlike the tree, I can arise and continue forward. Today is one of those days you get to rise and continue forward if you have made the decision to. And when you do that, if I made the decision to be a millionaire, then everything I encounter is from the filter of, if I'm intentional, if that's my plan, I will see each experience as something that gives me an opportunity to further become that which I decided was my fate, was my destiny, was my decision. I am powerful is non-negotiable. Have you made I am powerful non-negotiable? Or are you still negotiating your power? How you negotiate your power is to to interpret things as though someone has power over you. I got to wait to see what they do. I'm stuck. I'm this, I'm that, as opposed to standing in your present moment power. So you're going to cooperate with the universal laws, cooperate with them. I'm going to turn this around because I have a couple of things I want to go over with you. Happy Sunday everywhere, everywhere, by the way, or maybe it's Monday where you are. But I'm here. I'm Coach Val. For those that don't know, I'm Coach Val. I'm a coach who focuses on helping you, giving you the tools, the mindset, the processes for forward progress in your life. That's my deliverable. My deliverable is to create the tools so that you can experience forward progress in any season, situation, and circumstance. So, you go to a nutritionist coach and they're going to teach you how to eat healthy. You go to you go to a relationship coach and they're going to get you in a relationship in 6 months or 3 months. You come to me, I'm going to give you the tools that in any season, situation, and circumstance, you can process it for forward progress. Whatever your forward progress looks like, sounds like, and feels like, that desired end result, that finish line, these tools help you get out of being stalled and stuck and stagnant and broke and busted and disgusted and less than and sitting around waiting for Superman, waiting for Batman, Batwoman, whoever, instead of owning your spot, realizing your power, and living in that power today. If that's what you've been looking for in your life, if that's what you've been needing for your life, send to yourself an audible thank you that you were scrolling on Instagram and you came across this mean mug. Thank you, Lord. All right, I'm going to turn this around. I have some things I want to cover with you. Okay, so again, today is what? 11, 17. Today's the 17th. Y'all know I like to date stuff. Today's the 17th. This live is about the universal laws. They're meant to bring the known into the unknown. Anytime if we're here, here's you. Did I draw you well? I think I did. And here's your desired end result, whatever that is, whatever you desire, new home, new business, greater financial wherewithal, peace, joy, whatever it is, you have a finish line. All of us have a finish line. And if you say, well, I don't know what I want. Yes, you do. Start with the obvious. I want good health. I want to have more money at the end of my month. Everybody knows a finish line. You got one, you got several. And so as we move in the direction of our desired end result, we have to charter some unknowns because we got to grow. We have to move into some unknowns. Sometimes we call those blocks. Sometimes we call them obstacles. Sometimes we think we're stuck. And sometimes we think we're stagnant. Y'all see that spell boss? We got to boss those unknowns. How do you boss an unknown? How do you boss an unknown? When you have a good boss, a boss figures out the way to forward progress. How do you boss an unknown? You bring forward the laws of the universe. The universal laws are meant to bring the known into the unknown. You see, when there's something known, when it's unknown, our imagination, depending on how we feel, our imagination will create. It's like the lady in the castle. Our imagination will make us fearful of our own doggone shadow. How do I bring the knowns into the unknown? Universal laws. Universal laws. It's kind of like if I'm walking down the street and I've got to walk to the next town, or I got to walk somewhere, but I'm afraid I might get sucked up into the air. I bring the universal law of gravity. You know, I know that if I go up, what goes up is going to fall down. So if I stay already down, I don't have to fear that. Again, use the universal laws to bring the known into the unknown, so that as you're moving in the direction of that which you desire, your finish line, you can boss the unknown. You can the blocks, the obstacles, the feeling of stuck and stalled. You can bring some known into that. Let me tell you something about your yesterday. Let me tell you something about your parents yesterday, the people that raised you, your parents, grandparents, teachers, whoever. The problem with it is that we thought that their experience was our blueprint. We thought that their experience, way they handed down their money rules, their way of living, the relationship ways that they did, we thought that was the blueprint. You know what a blueprint is? It's a design or a plan, to draw up a plan. So my parents wasn't good with money. So I thought their experience was my blueprint. They ain't good with money. I ain't good with money. They drink a lot. I must drink a lot. They do this. I must do that. I made their experience my blueprint. I made my yesterday my blueprint. Forget my parents. The way that I showed up in life, I made it my blueprint. I could have gone 40 years and be broke. And then finally to say, you know what? Life is abundant. I can be a millionaire. But I made my yesterday, forget my parents. I made my yesterday the blueprint, design or plan. No, yesterday's experience is not your blueprint. Today's decision is. Today's decision is. Yesterday, your parents, your siblings, your teachers, your grandparents, the way you were raised, your trauma, which is probably their trauma being passed down to you, is not the blueprint. Let me turn it around because I want you to see my face. I want to bring this home. Their experience is not your blueprint. It's not. your decision is. Your decision on how you're going to experience your life is. That's your blueprint. And let me turn this around. One more again. So a plan. So let me show you this. Their experience is not your blueprint. A blueprint is a design or a plan. What's a plan? A plan is a detailed proposal for doing something. A plan is an intention or decision about what one is going to do, going to be, going to do, going to have. So if you just start affirming their experience is not my blueprint, my decision is. And I define blueprint as a design or an intention or decision about what I'm going to be, do, and have. Because every time I talk to somebody, almost always we get in a conversation, or I'll ask a question that invites a conversation about yesterday. Because as long as we let yesterday be the plan, be the blueprint for tomorrow. If we let yesterday be the blueprint for tomorrow and we didn't like yesterday, how do you think we're going to like tomorrow? If we keep letting yesterday be the blueprint for tomorrow, and we said we want to have a better tomorrow than a better yesterday, what do you think we're going to experience? The yesterday's experience is not the blueprint. Today's decision is. So what have you decided? You've got to, especially with it being this time of year, towards the end of the year, you've got to make a decision that I want to experience life in this way. And I'm going to show you how you do that too. Let me turn this around one more again. So what's the process for progress? You've got to acknowledge, hear it, know it, practice it, habitualize it, and then live it. So in other words, if I'm telling you, you know what, I've made the habit of yesterday's blueprint being yesterday's experience, their experience, my parents, whoever, be my blueprint. I've subconsciously made that. They said I wasn't good enough, or they implied I wasn't good enough. So I let their experience become my blueprint. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now I'm operating from a plan. So how do I begin to change that? I acknowledge it. I hear it. I know it. In other words, I know that I get to decide. I know that their blueprint is not my tomorrow blueprint. I know that today's decision is. I've made the decision that I can have life and have life more abundantly. Now I'm going to practice it. How do you practice having life more abundantly? Until you habitualize it and live it. I can tell you that too. How do you practice having life and having life more abundantly, or whatever it is that you want to experience? How do you practice that? You acknowledge that yesterday, as I just said, yesterday's experience isn't my blueprint. Then you ask yourself, if I was living in the space of abundance, if I had cooperated with the laws of the universe that says thoughts are things, words create worlds, and I thought in the direction of my desires, I spoke from my desires, how would I approach this situation? How would I look at this? Again, I'm walking down the road. There's that yesterday me that didn't make the decision, that thought yesterday's experiences was my blueprint for tomorrow. And there's the me who just now decided I can have the life I desire to experience, and I desire to experience life more abundantly. And we're both walking down the same road, and we get met with a disappointment or something on the surface level that doesn't look like something we want to experience. You literally got to start asking yourself, how am I processing this? And don't squirm away from it. Oh, I feel like it must mean I'm not good enough. Because look, the first time I start moving, here's a roadblock, here's an obstacle. Okay, cool. Again, acknowledge it. I hear it. I hear myself. And I know that as I process that way, that's what I'll keep experiencing. But now let's look at it from the other perspective. Let me ask a question. If I knew the laws of the universe that says thoughts are things, words create worlds, how might I process this? If I knew that there are always two paths, a path that leads to your desires and a path that leads to your demise, and I decided that I'm on the path that leads to my desires, how would I process a current moment disappointment? Oh, I'd be like, oh, I can overcome this. Oh, this is a temporary setback. How can I look at this and use it for my good? How can I do this? Guess what you're doing when you do that? You're practicing how to change and reframe. And as you continue to practice it, it becomes a habitualized way that you process stuff, and then you live it. And when you live it, you stop being stuck, stalled, stagnant. You actually can experience something and process it for forward progress. That's your blueprint. That's your how. A lot of people will get on here and say, hey, you just got to move, keep moving forward. I'm giving you the blueprint. I'm giving you the actionable tools to move forward. You have to practice it until it becomes the habitual way you show up. Then you've become that you. And when you have become that you live it. It's your living, which then produces the results. See, what happens is we can acknowledge and we can hear it and know it, because people say, I know this stuff. I know, I studied this. I know it. I know it. I know it. If there's 5 steps, acknowledge, hear it, know it, practice, habitualize, live it, we'll get an A+ on hearing and knowing and acknowledging. But that's where we stop. We practice it once, and this is how you get over that. We practice it once and we don't get the outcome. Well, I practiced positive thinking, but I still got left. So what do you make of that? I practiced positive thinking, but it still's not working out. So this stuff doesn't work. No, you're not cooperating with it. You're not cooperating with it. You're still looking from the lens of, I'm going to prove it doesn't work, and I'm going to make anything that shows up be evidence it's not working. And I'm telling you, the way that you cooperate with it is to prove anything that shows up is a fact of it. And the more that you do that, the more you practice it, the more you habituate. I'll give you a great example. I have a crown in my tooth, and I was eating breakfast today, and the crown popped out. And I just said, not even a week ago, I just said, I don't think my dentist records are updated, because I know it's been longer than 6 months. And I said to myself, I need to go in and get my routine cleaning and what have you. And I said to myself, no, I'll just wait till they call, knowing their records are messed up, because I'm not crazy about going to the dentist. I don't have any problems. And then I said, yeah, but I really need to stay on that. The reason why I don't have problems is because I stay on it. Sure enough, today my crown pops out. So I got to make the appointment. Again, and it's going to cost money. It's going to cost me money. So I can look at it and say, see, or I can look at it and say, I needed to go anyway. Let's get this done. Let's get this clean. Let's move forward. I'm the decider of how I interpret the experience, as are you. I'm the decider of how I interpret an experience, as are you. And if I practice interpreting any experience as alignment with the direction that I'm going, because I don't have to know how the pieces work together, I just choose to trust the laws of the universe that tell me my words create worlds, thoughts of things. And because I'm in cooperation with them, regardless of what it's looking like, I'm not basing my faith on a moment-to-moment outcome. I'm basing my faith on moving in the direction of my desires. And I habitualize it and live it. Let me go. I got a few minutes. Let me go to some of the questions that you all are saying. When I recognize I'm at a decision-making crossroads, what's a quality question I can ask again? You suggested a few how questions, but I didn't catch them. When you are at a decision-making crossroad, you need only ask yourself, what is it that I desire to experience? What thoughts, words, actions align with that experience? You don't have to overcomplicate it. Today, this present moment is all that matters. Talking about yesterday is No, I don't think talking about yesterday is counterproductive, by the way. I think talking about yesterday can be necessary. I'll give you a great example. I've kind of started this process because you need to feel acknowledged and heard about your yesterday. So when I have coaching sessions, I'll tend to say, I want you to give me about 30 to 45 seconds about your yesterday. And the reason why I do that is because I don't want to spend the whole hour on yesterday and we don't get to today and tomorrow. So I think it's important to look at yesterday. Yeah. Whatever happened yesterday can be overwritten today. Should the focus be on the choice you make now? Here, again, you're cooperating. It's not a right or wrong. It's not that yesterday is bad. I can look at yesterday from the lens of knowledge and acceptance to build my tomorrow. So it's again, get away from, should I do this or should I do this? You got all the time you need. It's not like if we're in a coaching session and we got an hour, we have a finite amount of time. You have all the time you decide. What I suggest is you can look at yesterday briefly and then ask yourself, how might I look at my yesterday in such a way that it promotes the choices, the way that I'm going to experience my ideal desired experience of tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with looking at yesterday. If I'm in a coaching session, I'm not going to spend 50 minutes on yesterday because yesterday doesn't have the power. Yesterday may have the context clues, but it doesn't hold the power. The power is in the choice you make today. Power is in your decision today. You might use yesterday because you say, yeah, I did that before, but this, and this. Well, now that has given me information in how to help you process for forward progress. So there's nothing wrong with looking at yesterday, but the problem is when we dwell in it, when we stay in it. If I stayed in yesterday, I'd be stuck because I know intuitively that yesterday's gone and there's nothing I can do about it. So it only makes sense to not stay in a place where there's literally nothing I can do about it. It only makes sense to harness my power in my present moment and in building my tomorrow. Yesterday's already built. Yesterday is already built. When you want to go into yesterday, you need to tell yourself yesterday's already built. But my today isn't. Yesterday's already built. I have had an opportunity to train in the school system. I almost let fear stop me, but I didn't. Way to go. Way to go. I'm glad you didn't. Y'all, when you have an opportunity, this is really about that. When you have an opportunity, you recognize the conversation that fear is having with you. If you just simply acknowledge it. I know that fear is having this conversation with me because the brain is wired to keep me safe. So my brain has equated this opportunity, the unknown, as unsafe. So I just need to pause and acknowledge, oh, I know what that is. That's just the brain trying to keep me safe. So how might I look at this opportunity from the perspective of advancement and growth and safety? Recognizing what my alignment is can be a challenge. Why? What is the shift from what is that shifts from time to time? What if that shifts from time to time? When I talk about these tools, I'm talking about that. See, I'm so glad you asked that question, Mark, because this is a powerful moment I want y'all to get. You says recognizing what my alignment is can be a challenge. What if that shifts from time to time? I think is what you said. Can I gently say this? Stop trying to figure out the whole thing. Let me tell you something. If I decide to make a pie, right? An exotic pie, an exquisite pie, and I know I have to I have a list of all the ingredients, right? And I have to go to the store. I'm walking down the aisles of the store. Here's what we're doing. I have a pie I want to make. I can taste it. I can feel it. I can smell it. And then I know, okay, let me backtrack. How do I get to the pie? go to the store, get the ingredients, come home, use my pan, use my oven, right? So now I'm at the store. If you walk down the aisles of the store and you look at the top and it shows you what's on those aisles, you have never, let's just say the pie is the pie of wealth. I don't know, let's just say pecan pie. Let's make it simple. Pecan pie. If I'm making a pecan pie, no, pecan cherry apple pie, I don't know. If I go to the store and I'm walking down the aisles, there will never be an aisle that reads pecan cherry pie. It doesn't exist. But there are aisles that have all of the 27 ingredients that I need. Focus on the ingredient that you need. Get that, and then go to the next aisle. So you ask the question, what if it shifts from time to time? Focus on the shift you're in. Focus on the shift you're in. You, just like all of us, want to go to the store and see an aisle that reads pecan apple pie, and we just walk down the aisle, and all of the ingredients are in a bag, and we just grab the bag and walk straight to the cash register. Oh, how wonderful life would be if that was the case. Would it though? Because if you think of everybody that uses that store, I want a pecan apple rhubarb pie. Somebody else wants a pecan apple walnut cheesecake pie. You know how big that store would be, and how cumbersome and how complex that would be if every whim and every desire was all put together on the shelf. If I'm just thinking about buying, it's easy. If I just think I just go to the store was made for me. We operate in a cooperative universe. The ingredients are there and in the same spot for everybody. I need 6 ingredients. Somebody else needs 3. We both can get in and out quickly. But if everybody that operated in that store, the meal that they wanted to create, all the ingredients were there together. And so you'd have a million aisles. A million aisles. It shifts from time to time for a reason. Don't focus on, I got to get this. Focus on the next forward progress step in front of you. If it shifts from time to time, focus on the shift you're in. Focus on the shift you're in. It's like somebody learning to juggle, and they say, take one ball and push it up and down. And you're doing this, but you're like, well, God, how am I going to be able to do 4? Master that. Then you bring, now that you got that mastered, you can do this and this. So it would be real messy. It'd be messy. It'd be overwhelming. And this is why when people say, why can't the universe just give me this? Because it'd be messy and overwhelming. It'd be messy and overwhelming. Imagine that. Sounds easy. I just run to the store and I go straight to the aisle. But if you think you're not in this universe alone, all of us are here. You got it, Mark. Okay, folks, I got a 2:00 call. I got to go. I got to put on my one-to-one thinking cap and go and do some things. I want you to enjoy the rest of your day. If you are a subscriber, if you found this valuable and you say, I missed a few parts, I wish I could watch it again, become a subscriber and you can watch it as many times as you want to. This and the other hundreds of videos like this that are in the subscriber database. Become a subscriber. Do it now, because come 2:00, come December 1st, it's going to go up in price. So do it now. Thank you. Bye.
Don't nobody care about you going up in price. We gonna pay whatever it is we want. All right, y'all. What up? What up? What up? What up? We got a superstar in the building. She says, "Stop trying to figure out the whole thing for me." Yes, sister girl, we got to take this thing one step at a time. One step at a time. Battle of the Twins said this is gold. Yeah, I hate that it was laggy. I got terrible Wi-Fi, and then people was streaming 4K and all of that stuff on the Wi-Fi. So you got to bear with me. But I wanted to get this one out early, so I can come back a little bit later on, maybe maybe like 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time or something like that, and go live with the cards. But yeah, so I'm going to drop the link in the chat. I love to hear y'all questions, comments, and concerns, or if it was just any positives that y'all took from the video. Anything y'all want to share, man, or y'all want to ask me something or whatever, y'all know, y'all can come on up, and I just posted the link in the chat. So hit that link and come on up. You don't got to show your face. You know what I'm saying? But it would be nice to hear your voice, all right? So I did just pin the link in the chat for y'all to come up. But yeah, so what do y'all think about Coach Val and her tips and strategies and her ways of looking at things? Like she dropped like 20 metaphors in 40 minutes. Like it was crazy. She talking about pies and bosses and blueprints, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like this is why I like her, because she could deliver a message. She could deliver a message, man. And it'd be one thing if I just watched her content and then, stole her content. But I wouldn't do it no justice, man. I don't want to do that. So I just think it was best if we just went ahead and just seen what she had to offer, man. All right. Yo, so what's up, man? Any questions, comments, concerns, y'all? Y'all ain't gotta come up. We can talk via the chat box. That's cool with me too. But anything, if anybody got anything to share, if not, I'll go ahead and shut him down. What's up, superstar? I'm sitting here trying to find my computer mouse. Somebody put their hands on it. People can text me on some ignorant shit, but I text them, they ignoring me. So what up, alien superstar? What you doing? Uh-oh, we got a bonnet in the building. Uh-oh. Big Bonnie gang in the building. What's happening?
Is this live?
Huh?
Um, Nessa, let me call you. Okay, well,
Hey.
are you going to bed, Nessa?
You know I'm going to bed. I got my pajamas on, my workout clothes next to me. I'm going to sleep. Call me at 5. Don't call me at no 4:30, bro. I'll be
You
pissed.
said I ain't hear nothing you said. You said something about exercising and what? I ain't hear nothing you said. You said something about exercising and what?
Who, me?
Yeah,
No,
you.
no,
I
no.
was so everybody can hear you, right?
Yeah, I didn't know that because I was on the phone with my friends. So that conversation went into this platform. My fault.
Oh, I ain't hear you. Oh, okay. I just heard you say something about 4 a.m. and I'm like, what is she talking about? All right, what's going on, BOT?
Nothing much. Just here. I like the video for tonight. Definitely took notes. This is great. This is great.
So anything in specific stands out to you or anything you want to share?
Um okay, so listening to this live definitely confirms for me that my time is now to change, to be better, to be in the best version of me. Because the only person that's holding me back is me. Is not my trials and tribulations. It's literally is just me. And I've been manifesting for quite some time now, going on what 3, 4 years. I, used to do it and then I fell off. I just got to get back to it. And the fact that I acknowledge it, now I just got to practice the steps to progress. So, yeah.
That's what's up. So so do you got a end goal? You got a purpose or not a purpose, but a goal that you in specific that you mind sharing?
A goal. Okay, how do I answer this? I do have a goal. I have many goals, but the main goal is to, if this makes sense, like to let go, right, of outside factors, noise, and just let the divine take over, right? Submit to the divine. And also tune in to myself, listen to my core self, like listen to my intuition. Right now, that's my short term goal.
Okay. Um what about so I feel like those are like fifth dimensional things. Like what about for the external world? What about the fourth dimension? Like what do you I mean the third dimension, like what is it? Do you got anything like a new hobby, a job or is there anything on this side? Because those things was internal. And those things that you mentioned, if I'm mistaken, I'm sorry, I was sending a text message, but um the things that you named sound like things that's like all internal. So is there anything external that you want to bring into your life?
Of course. But in order for me to obtain the goal of, of external, I got to fix it internal. So the
Mm,
external is I'm trying to create businesses, right? Create passive income to sustain me, right?
mhm,
Create that.
mhm.
When it comes to the
Cool.
job aspects, I do have a job, but
But I was just saying job and just for an example, like some people goals might be to get a man or to get a job or get an apartment or get a
oh, okay.
degree or you know what I'm saying? So I was
Right.
just using that as an example. You ain't have to focus in on the job thing, just anything.
Well, the two main things for me is just to be financially stable. That's number one, right? And that's where I'm trying to create the passive income portion of it. And also, second goal, I guess, is to succeed and do well in school so I, can graduate and then have a profession, have a career, right? So those are the two third dimension goals I got.
Hello, everybody.
What up, Shorty?
Hi, sis.
So, what's the
thank
discussion?
you.
You said, what's the discussion?
Yes.
So we just following up on the video that we watched. Like I said before, Coach Val is a lady, of many talents. She definitely got like big mama energy. You know what I'm saying? She definitely got that divine feminine energy, but she also got that just a touch of masculine. And what I mean by touch of masculine is she's very thoughtful. She's very logical. You know what I'm saying? Like she's very intelligent. Not to say women aren't intelligent, but
She has a sense of
or
itself.
not to say people who's feminine isn't intelligent, but it's how what noise was that?
What noise?
I don't know. I think it was my phone or something. I don't know. I just heard something weird. But yeah, so like I was saying, so long story short, I've been following her since about like 2020, 2021. And she always like how she pulled out the paper and she, had those different acronyms and all of that stuff. Like she just got so many of those. And it's just like let excuse me, listening to her talk is like you get like a therapy session, you get a coaching session, you know what I'm saying? You get tips and strategies. Like she just got so much to offer, and I really felt like it was important to bring that to the forefront. Like I said, people like her, I know they probably get some recognition, but they probably don't get the amount of recognition that she deserves, man. So I could have just sat here and stole her content and remixed it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But why not go ahead and just let her do the work, man? Because I couldn't have said it no better than what she said it. What up, Beyond the Universe? What's happening? What's happening? So my question to you is, sister girl, what did you get from the video? While you over there looking like a Mohican? You
Right.
looking like a Mohican over there.
Pocahontas.
What did you
Mainly,
get
what I
from the
got
video?
from what I took from her speaking today was the steps in the process, which were, when she was saying to acknowledge it, and then to hear it and know it, and then practice,
Make
habitualize
it
to live it.
habitual and live it.
Mhm.
So those were important to me with to continue moving forward and going on with making things happen instead of living based off what yesterday was and making my today happen as I
Mhm.
move forward and progress without using yesterday as a blueprint. Is the possibility and the acknowledgement that I learned what the knowledge that I took from what I did the day before and using that as a tool and guidance to help me rather than hinder me when it comes to the momentum of my ideal lifestyle and plans and everything that I choose to do, making a decision worthwhile for my life, and being confident with myself and my choices with who I am and living out what I feel destined inside that I am able to accomplish.
That was good.
We love that. We love that. I just want to say something, right? Uh, it's a fight. Just like how they say, mental illness is a daily fight. You know what I'm saying? Like overcoming situation and circumstances and like she said, like towards like the middle of the video when she was like, our parents, right? Sometimes we accept what they give us as our blueprint, but
Mhm.
now we got to decide to make our blueprint, which is our plan,
That's right.
what we want it to be, right?
Mhm.
And I feel like for some reason, this generation, right? Because we got DoorDash, right? Because we got microwave popcorn, because we got like audio books, and because people tell you you can manifest anything you want in 3 days, 10 days, 30 days. We expect things to be instant, right?
Right.
You boil some water and pour it on some noodles, in 2 minutes you got a whole meal, right? We expect everything to be instant, and especially when you talking about breaking down subconscious programming, it takes months, sometimes it takes years, because you literally have to detach and reattach
Right.
neurons in the brain, neural pathways in the brain. You understand what I'm saying? I'm good at work sneaking on here.
Yeah,
Shout out to
that does
Alien
make sense.
Superstar, one step away from being fired.
That does make sense. You have to like deprogram because back see when you're a child, you are accustomed to what you know. But at a point in life,
Hmm.
you have to like stop and think like, okay, yes, I was taught this, but okay, but I did the research. I know this way. So now you got to implement that. And people don't want to take accountability. You know what I'm saying? They rather just
Well,
roll over, get
what
everything.
does accountability mean, right? Because when I hear a lot of people, not you in specific, so the reason why I pose this question is because a lot of people say, well, you got to take accountability for what you did, right? And so a lot of times when people talk about accountability, they talking about it as if they want you to recognize what you did and apologize for it, right? So what do you mean by the word accountability?
Well, accountability for me is pretty much the acknowledgement and acceptance of what happened and the part that you took in the situation
Mhm.
from what happened. So pretty much knowing and seeing the steps and where you went wrong. So I know that some people they, react out of other than growing up and being taught from their parents or whoever they were around that had an impact on them that they looked up to get their blueprint or to see them and how they reacted from whatever situation they went through. Other than it being for some people, for everybody, there's a different way. Everybody has a different thought
Right.
process, and everybody should acknowledge that individuality and accept and take accountability for being free will, free mind,
I got
their
a
own
question
spirit.
real
Like,
fast. So
yeah.
what about the people who don't necessarily care about the blueprint? Meaning that, okay, so say if me and you was together, hypothetically speaking, and I cheated on you, right? And I say I apologize, I was just weak, blase skip, like well, maybe not you, right? But maybe
Okay, if
somebody.
that's what
What do
you're,
we say about somebody who say, no, you grown, right? Because they always want to say that grown thing, right? You grown, you should know better, blah blah blah. What about people who comes with that, you should know better because you're grown, and don't look at the blueprint as we refer
but
to it
there
today?
are different factors when it comes to that. There is, as we were talking about, mental, capacity of mental health illnesses, trauma responses, how they react to things emotionally, not just based on what they were taught by, because what they were taught by other people were based on the people that taught them. They taught based on their experience and how they handled the situation. There are
Hmm.
different ways to handle every situation, and if you're self-aware and you are patient with yourself enough to understand or know the difference between, you know, reacting to something emotionally versus, you know, considering both sides of the situation. It's like you have to take in consideration not only where you're coming from, but have the empathy to understand where the other person is coming from. It's like some people, when they're in those intense moments, they are not able to really, like, they really want to get out and express their side rather than taking the time to, you know, it's the anxiety and the really the I don't know the word I'm trying to use for this is, you know, not the pressure, but the
Blueprint.
the
Their blueprint doesn't allow room for others' blueprint.
but you know that but isn't that what she was talking about within your blueprint? The steps it takes to change old habits and old ways of thinking if they're willing to grow instead of being the same way and reacting the same way over and over every time to a situation, thinking that's the set way it needs to be. It could change, you know, a person can change over time if they allow themselves to, or if they are willing to, they want to expand their mindset.
Well,
So
okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so the way that I see this question, right? Okay, because accountability in this particular instance, if I'm with a person and the person cheated, okay, yes, I've been through that, right? Now, real life will teach you. So you don't have the tools to understand that, no, that's not a good situation for you to be in. So you leave, right? So how many times have you been in a situation where we deal with a person who cheated on us, right? So we stay because we don't have the tools. We don't recognize when we are at our breaking point where we deserve better, right? So we go through the same cycle until one day you sit down, you use external resources to figure out, okay, that's not the best situation for me. So once you acknowledge that, right, then you tell yourself and you know you deserve better. Then you're going to what? Practice the fact what I'm out. I'm out the situation. This is not for me. You do what you need to do, but me, you can't love me like this. I don't want to be loved like this. This is not for me. So I leave.
And it does
Yeah,
depend on
accountability, and that's where accountability comes into play, where like, okay, I'm holding myself accountable, right? Because I could change the situation that I'm in. Certain things that you can't change, it's all right. But as long as you could change your actions and how you see things, you get out of it. So that's where I was referring to when it comes to accountability. It's not that a person's wrong. It's about you acknowledge the fact that, okay, this is the part that I played. Cool. If I can make it better, I'll try to. If I can't, I can't. But my accountability is to myself, right? And I'm going to get out of that situation.
now we're talking about the difference between what accountability is, or a person that doesn't know how to take accountability, or what it means to be accountable.
Well, I was
Well,
answering both. I was answering
real
both
quick, I
accountability.
just want to say that I feel like a lot of people, when they talk about accountability, they is very limited. And the reason why I say that is because, yeah, we can recognize our actions and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But in accountability, where is the change in action? Right? Because a big part of accountability is making sure things either don't happen, right? Being accountable for yourself, or making sure that these things don't happen again.
It's just being responsible. It's your accountability to me is responsibility. So
So what real quick.
It's also self-awareness.
So let's just say like I say like, "Oh, I'm sorry that I don't know. I'm sorry that I stole something, right?"
mm,
And you say, "No, you should have known better, blah blah blah." Oh man, I'm starting to forget where I was going with this. Hold on, give me
Well, you
one
know,
second.
there's a reason behind everything. It's the reason why they stole it and what they stole, if they really did it and what the circumstances were. But
well, the way
the
that he was saying it
accountability,
was about what about the person's action? Like you're grown and you should have known better. Okay, and I should have known better. But nonetheless, that's your view on it.
Decision.
You're right. And I'm
So,
going to
so do
accept
you
something.
believe in taking the time out to getting to know why the person did it, or do you just flat out believe that if you know you should know better, or I hate
No,
this term, but common sense stuff like that?
right. No, people deserve grace. I give grace. That's just me. There's some people who are cut, they would just draw a line in the sand and not care to go back to the beginning and understand why certain things happen, right? So people just believe like they don't have time for that. But other people, would take the time to dissect and reflect where it went wrong. Now,
And the dissection and the reflection of it, to me, in accountability is when you're able to explain the reason why behind something, and the steps it took before it got to this point to
yeah,
where now you have to be accountable, or to now that it's a known fact that you stole something.
right,
Everything behind why you stole it shows your maturity, the mind state you were in, and if you're able to acknowledge that you were, if you know it's wrong, then you know it's wrong, but why you did it, and knowing knowing that it was wrong is what really brings to the table the
right.
process or the
It takes
step.
growth. It takes growth, right? A person just saying, well, you should have known better. Well, that don't tell me anything. Like for that example, right? You should have known better. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything, right? Um, but some people may take longer to go through the growth process, right? To be like, okay, to understand and take accountability for their actions, right? Is their responsibility. But some people don't have that. Some people hide behind the word accountability. Oh, you should have known better. Sometimes it's a crutch that they use, and sometimes people really go through the growth process to learn better for next time, right?
Hmm.
I think that as a collective, yes, we are all hurt, right? As a collective, we're all hurt. We're all in this, same crab in the barrel type mentality, and everyone's trying to get over on everyone. No one's trying to take their time and sit with self and understand self, because in this day and age, like everything is fast. Our attention span became even shorter, right? People don't want to read. People don't want to pick up a book and learn something. They're so quick to try to get it quickly. They're so expecting that everything it's not a handout. You got to work for everything, but people don't want to do the work. They
And
want goals, but they don't want to do the work.
when you brought up everything being fast at a certain pace and wanting things quickly, it brought me back to the part in the video when she was talking about making the pies, and if all the ingredients were bagged up and you could just go and make the pie. Well, it depends on your level of patience. It's like having the patience to go in the store and take those steps to find the ingredients versus or just buying an already made pie that you don't have to cook at all. It's just the level of discipline it takes to
Right.
be able to, set your mind to, wanting to do this or make this, and the idea that you have that you're willing to use your skills and your mind to, move, make the pie, make this happen.
Right. And sometimes and those two people, like for me, right? I will go to the store, get the ingredients versus, let's say, a family member. They rather pay someone to get the ingredients and have it get it done. But those are two people who are in different stages in life. But at the end of the day, they have the same goal, to make a pie, whether or not you make the pie, but the pie is done. So it's just two people, right? Same goal, but different steps are taken to achieve that goal. And we're all in different stages of life, right? We're all trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out. And with this, removing the obstacles, this gives me another broader, information, another resource on how to get to my goal. Because truth be told, I've been doing the journaling. I've been manifesting what I want. I acknowledge my errors. I would write it down. Like, where are my flaws? right? And what am I going to do about it, right? And as I progress, I see the evolution of me, of where I was at one point, where I was at another, and where I'm headed. Now, it's up to you to sustain that, right? To keep going with that. And if you stop doing the work, then you stop doing the work and you don't get nowhere.
And with doing the work, it takes a lot of, not a lot of, but
Because you have to remove, it takes a lot. If you're serious
takes
about it,
focus really. There are
focus,
things and factors that can get in the way, and if you do plan out doing and taking the steps to necessarily get certain things done, the work is putting in the work and the effort for what you want and how much you really want it to show yourself, rather than what others would think about
my
what.
thing, if you want it, you gonna go get it regardless. Now, if you don't want it, then the actions show that you don't, right? It takes discipline, it takes focus, it takes removing distractions. Even if you need to sit in a corner for 5 days, so be it. But you're trying to achieve a goal, right? And sometimes we do lack focus. I'm trying to get focused as I'm sitting here trying to get something done, right? Because I have a lot of ideas. I just need to get it done. I acknowledge my ideas. I know it, but the third part I have not yet done is practice, right? Putting it to fruition, putting it on paper, putting it in action, creating a prototype, right? That's the part where I'm definitely struggling with, is the practice portion of it. And the why I'm not practicing it is my
Mm-hmm.
biggest issue right now. What is holding me back apart from me? What else is hindering me? What's the
Your
crutch?
blueprint.
Correct. What is holding me back from doing making my blueprint come to fruition? Right.
No, what I'm saying is your previous blueprint is preventing you from manifesting the new blueprint.
Yes, that's what I took mainly out of. Well, that's when I came into the live, when she was talking about what stuck out to me when I first joined and listening in, was when she said yesterday's blueprint is not tomorrow's decision.
Okay. Can we dissect that for a bit? Because my blueprint has always been the blueprint. The steps that she said, literally, I could have wrote this a year ago, right? Not to be cocky, but I've always known the error in my ways within the step, and I'm always stuck on step 3, is
Which is
putting it to action. My blueprint's been the blueprint, right? Right. So,
what's preventing you from putting it to action.
and that is the number one question I ask myself every day.
So for those who's watching, step 1 is what?
Knowledge, acknowledge,
Step 2,
hear it / know it,
step 3,
practice,
Practice.
step 4,
habitualize it,
step 5.
live it.
Living.
All right. So the live it part is when it's became
It's come to fruition.
second nature.
Hmm.
But that's only
Becomes a
after
part of
you
your
build
routine.
your new neural pathways. What you say?
It becomes a part of your routine when you live it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I took habitualize it as part of the routine, right? The practice is the beginning of the routine. Habitualize it is just the onset, the ongoing of the routine, and then the live it. Now you're living what the steps you took to get there. So that, to me, live it is what came to fruition, right? So, okay, to dumb it down, someone wants to manifest $50,000. I acknowledge I want 50K. Boom, I hear it, I know it. Now, you're practicing X, Y, and Z to achieve the 50K, right? Now you're
Mm-hmm.
habitualizing it. Now the
Mm-hmm.
living part, whatever steps you took to acquire the 50K, like you started selling books, right? You started selling books to acquire 50K. You started selling the books, the money is rolling in. Now the live it part is, now you have the 50K. And now you're going to repeat you're going to repeat the steps. You could go to 100K. Okay. Then another 150 and then 200. Right. But I think where we all are stuck is just the do part, is just putting it to action. Because we all could do it. We all could manifest and remove our blockages, sometimes we don't have the resources or the answer to our question. Like, what is hindering me? Could not tell you. Is it my fear? Is it my thoughts? Is it my doubts? You know,
Is
is
it in alignment with your true purpose?
and that is another.
Because sometimes a lot of us have blockages because what we want ain't in alignment with who we truly are. We paying attention to what the outside, like our role in our family, our role in society, our role with our friends,
Right.
versus blazing a pathway to really, really be in touch with who we are. Like if you into any type of if you into any type of uh I don't want to say that, but I'll say this: if you into any type of like law and attraction knowledge,
Mhm,
self awareness,
mhm.
if you into any type of uh self awareness, but like chakras,
Like
law of attraction.
affirmations, frequency, right?
Yeah, if you into what they call metaphysics, right?
Mhm.
Then you got to move in purpose. For some reason, it's like once you turn on that switch, or even if you don't have a switch, even if it's a dimmer, right?
Mhm.
But once you start turning that dimmer higher and higher, you gotta move within that heart space more than
Correct.
anything, man.
And the thing
And
is, we can't find the switcher. I'm like, I can't find the switcher. Like, how do I say this? I have the methods that I've been using clearly has not been working, right? So what do I came to a realization that, you know what, maybe I do need to just let go. Let go and let the divine take over. Let the universe move me, right? Maybe that's what I'm supposed to acknowledge and see. Like, instead of me thinking that I know it all or I know what I'm doing, clearly I don't. I'm in the same spot. But if I let go, if I submit to the divine, submit to me, my
but
essence, my
what does
soul.
that look like? You can say all those big fancy words, but what does that look like to submit to the divine? What is submission? What is divine? What is, you know what I'm saying? Like, what does it
Right.
mean to you?
What does that mean? I
Well, what
honestly,
steps and personally it made for me is right now, as in this moment, I am living. And the steps are a tool to repeat, to help you through thoughts and ideas that you have to move forward with, that you can go over and add into, like, making changes in different aspects of your life. So
Mhm.
with that being said, with living already, the point or the purpose that we create for ourselves and decisions that we make from what we think and what we do is what makes life have its meaning and um it's like if we didn't have problems to solve, or if we didn't have dreams and desires to push forward through, we wouldn't have anything to do. There would be
Mhm.
no point or no reason for us to have these conversations or have these steps and things, building blocks to take throughout life and coming across other people in order to create, foundations, and um, without setting our mind on that one thing is, you be yourself. Whatever sticks out to you is not that, one thing is better than the other, but throughout life, acknowledging others and their ideas, as well as, you can add, take
correct.
from that,
And that's
and
right.
also
And I see what you're saying. And that's where you would receive a download. Like, maybe I'm a schoolgirl, right? I will go to school, go to school, go to school. And everyone would always tell me like, okay, you're good at A, but I don't see that because my job is to just focus, go to school, and do what I need to do, right? But that is just the divine or God, whatever who you believe in, is letting you know, is giving you a clue, giving you a clue, giving you a clue. Tap into that clue and figure out, right? Because what you're doing is not working for you, right? So you receive down. What I was trying to say is that you receive downloads, visions, dreams, right? Um, whatever makes us passionate is our gift. We all have a gift. And I've been always asking God, right, what's my purpose? And I love to help people. Like that's my gift. I love to, you know, um, but I never took it on as something, let me follow this, like let me start on this and build something off helping people. But instead I'm always focusing on I am I'm a robot. I gotta go to here, go to there, because that's what I've been accustomed to.
And when
Uh,
you bring God into the conversation with having gifts, it was a parable that was in the Bible that I remember reading about the men that he gave seeds to. It was guys that planted the seeds, and there was a guy that didn't plant the seeds and didn't grow anything from it. And pretty much the gifts that you have been given, what did you make out of those? It's like having the gifts and using the gifts and taking it on to, make more out of your situation. You get what I'm trying to
So
say?
I got you. So piggybacking on what I said, Battle of the Twins, and for you, what does the divine mean, and what does submitting to it mean?
well, the divine means the higher power, whatever, whoever you believe in, right? That's the divine for me. Number two, submission. For me, I have to block out outside factors, outside influence,
Have a
the
good night.
outside noise, right? I have to submit to that. Have I done it yet? Am I there yet? No, I'm not, but I'm getting there because I
So
acknowledge
wait, 'cause you keep saying outside noise, so let's focus on that then. So
okay,
what is the outside noise?
influence like families, inputs. That's my uh, outside, factors. Outside influences. It's just family telling me like, no, you need to do this, and it's just
So
like,
go
no,
ahead. I
I
got a
don't want to
question,
do
but
that
go
no longer, right? I
ahead.
want to focus on what I think is right for me, what I, at my core, feel is right for me.
With
So
outside influence,
it sound
you were
like
saying
the divine is your core, your heart,
Yes.
and it sound like submitting to it is. Mm, I
Okay.
had one way of saying this, but now I'm thinking about multiple ways of saying this.
Well,
So it
because
sounds like your heart is the divine,
I don't want to
and your
keep that my heart.
intuition,
God.
or your core, your passion, right? What makes you feel good,
Mhm.
and and so what I'm hearing is that's what the divine is, and then it sounds like being able to stand up and being yourself is the submission part.
Correct. I'm having trouble with that.
in religion, I know they say the divine is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which is the Trinity, which is three. So within self, in a spiritual aspect, you would think body, mind, spirit, the three things
Mhm.
that work together within yourself. It's like having all three of those things
Be
um
aligned.
be aligned is what will help you gather, more awareness to once you're factoring in your thoughts and processing out how you're going to move about through the outside influences, like how you say family. So family is another. There, it's like it's yourself, and then family is outside because they're their own
Mm.
entity per
Right.
se. So
I
when
just
you
gotta
come
submit.
across them, it's building relationships and also learning to not work around, but work with having those outside influences to create a balance
No,
throughout.
see, I'm not gonna create a balance with foolishness, and I say that respectfully. I just gotta submit to my intuition, to me, because the methods thus far for 2 decades, I have been listening to the outside sources, right? The influences of my quote unquote family, right? To a point where now I just gotta put my foot down, because how much more of processing one can do, because I've been doing that, right? And I've acknowledged, and it's time for me to just submit to me, get out of my way, and just do it.
Yes. I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, I was just answering to Fee, because that's this helps me a lot, because now I'm able to identify and work on things where I was having trouble identifying and breaking it down, right? But taking it from your standpoint, yes, that's exactly how I feel. I do need to submit to self.
But also, even still, with outside influences, I know it's not always the case or the scenario. Is even though they share their opinions and thoughts on what you need to do, you should also equally be able to share your ideas and thoughts on what you think you need to do to them to,
Sometimes that's not an option, right? Sometimes some families are so
strict,
correct, so
maybe
strict where
strict feel
yeah, like
opinionated.
yeah, and it's just like sometimes someone would not have that option, right? So what would you do? Stay,
Yeah, it's
stay, want to
easy
stay
for
stuck,
people.
or just evolve, be
It's
metamorphosize, I guess, like just evolve, just grow, you know.
Well, remember the first time we talked, right? Based off of what you just said, real quick, and I'll give y'all the mic back. But based off of what you just said, remember the very first time we talked, I told you like it's time for them to pass the baton because they did their job and they did it
Mm-hmm.
way better than they could ever imagine. So the
Mm-hmm.
thing is that it's time for them to either I not even them, it's time for you to accept yourself as who you are. And so like I said, pick up the baton and finish the race. You
But
know
okay,
what I'm saying?
but I feel as though I picked up the baton. I'm just in a race.
But it's not your race.
It kind of is, and it's kind of not. I know that's so. I don't want to confuse anyone, but yeah, like
No, keep going.
I'm in the race. Like that's why I'm called Battle of the Twins. I'm always battling in me, like, and everybody, right? But like I feel like I'm in the race. They did pass on the baton. I did what I was called to do. I went to school, graduated, boom. Now what? But I'm still in the race, right?
Mm.
yeah. How do you turn the camera off? I feel like my nose look like a flashlight. Hold on.
Your nose, man, your nose is
It's
fine, man.
shining. It's
But like,
bright.
but
We'll just change the angle, but trust me, you ain't nobody worried about a fancy shiny nose.
but
It's
this is
better than a dry white nose.
see. I don't
It's
want to
better than
lose your
having an
train of
ashy
thought.
nose.
I don't want to lose your train of thought, because perhaps tonight I may be able to have the key to unlock this,
Okay, shoot,
right?
go ahead.
So like, okay, so they passed me the baton. They did. I'm in the race. Now what?
You complete that leg of the race. But my thing is that if this ain't so, say if you running 100 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And or whatever the relay race is, let's just say 100 meters. And please excuse me if I'm off, but you get the baton at 50 meters and you got to finish the race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, well, you you ran that race. It's
All
done.
right.
You got
Right.
the degree, et cetera, et cetera. Now the thing is that unfortunately, if you was forced to get a degree and you not gonna use that degree for shit, then you gained a lot of experience, but you still gotta figure out, okay, the 100 meters not for me no more. So how about I go to shot put? How about I go to pole vaulting? Or
Mhm.
how about I try basketball? Let's leave track and field alone totally, right?
And
Let's
right.
switch fields
And
in
that's where I
general.
am. I finished the race. I put myself in
So
catapulting.
like
I did
like I
that.
said, oh go ahead. I thought you was done.
It's like I keep trying. I keep trying different races.
You got to
Like,
stop racing and choose a different sport. That's what I'm saying. You got to choose a whole different sport and totally. Maybe track and field ain't for you, right? Like I said before, you got. So what I always tell people is find something you would do for free and monetize it, right?
mhm.
And but the first one I always tell people, hold on, let me turn this mic down because I hate hearing myself. So let me turn this down a little bit. All right. So but before that, what I always say is find a hole in the world and fill that void. And what I mean by that is we all been abused to a certain degree. Even toxic positivity is abused, right? Oh, you gotta go and get a degree. That's toxic positivity, believe it or not.
Mhm.
Toxic or we all been abused. We all see injustices in the world. We all see people being discriminated against. We all see somewhere where we can help, right?
Mm.
Whether that's doing tarot, whether that's being a life coach, whether that's being a financial advisor, whether that's we all from our own point of views, right, from our own universes, right, because I call our two eyes our universe, right? So we all from our own universe have a view on the world where we see good and bad, right? And some of us might agree on good and bad, but the priority of the good and bad might be different because our different backgrounds. You understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
Like if you, let's just say you was abused by a man, right? Well, me as a man, I might agree that abuse is wrong, but it might not be high priority for me because maybe I never been abused.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So it's all about your unique vision of the world, your universe, right? Your perspective, right? Let thine eye be singular.
Well
So
done.
I think that when you really get in tune with what grinds your gears, so to speak, and you stand up. Now, I'm not telling you to be a martyr. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to go out here and get assassinated or nothing like that.
Right.
But we definitely got to stand up for something, right? And this
There
is
we
what I
go.
was saying a few minutes ago, which was whenever you start that self-awareness journey and you start delving into the science of you,
Mhm.
then it's more of an onus for you to really be in tune with what makes you happy, right? Because I've done a million different things. Shoot, I done been to ROTC, I done been in I done had a full ride to be a teacher, I done been a security guard, I done opened up multiple businesses, landscaping, I done worked in grocery stores, I done almost every single thing you can do. I worked at the ball stadium, you know what I'm saying? The ballpark. Like I done a lot of stuff. And I can be good at a lot of stuff, but I gotta do what's right for me.
How did you know to sit with self to find where you are at now?
Well, a lot of it came from me bumping my head. So it ain't no just you just fall into it. It ain't that. Well, once you get into it, you gonna feel like you fell into it. But when you think about everything that you've been through,
Mhm.
excuse me. When you think about everything when you think about everything you've been through, you be like, damn. But at the end of the day, man, it was internal circumstances and external circumstances. Like me not living in my purpose me, for whatever reason, caused me to be in a position to where good and bad caused me to be in a position to where I can do what I'm doing now. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't all bad. The reason why I'm at where I'm at now. It's some good things that happen for me to be here. But the thing is that I'm in alignment, and I know I'm in alignment because I've been doing this shit for free. I mean, I've made a couple $100, doing this shit. You know what I'm saying, here and there. But at the end of the day, I'm willing to do this for free. I can do this and not get tired of it. Right now, there might be situations and circumstances that might cause blockages, but I'm working on that. Right, I was
Mhm.
abused as a child. I was an alcoholic in my 20s. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things that go into me being who I am and me still growing as a person, right? We all got a background story.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, man, win, lose, or draw, I would do this for free. So why
And
not try to
KC, I
make
have a
money off
question.
of it? What's up?
So, as you keep referring to doing this, and overall, is this what makes you feel that you are helping people as well as being able to express yourself, and as in how you feel in alignment?
I feel like people get to see the true me, man. Because I didn't know who I am or who I was as a person, or not. Because I never had a sense of self, and because I never had, and so since I never had a sense of self, I never had a vision of self, and so since I never had knowledge of self and vision of self, I never really had a purpose. I never really had a drive. So I was just a leaf blowing in the wind. So now, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that can come on here and testify to many different versions of me, right? But at the end of the day, I feel like I am in alignment and I am having a chance to showcase my my prowess, having a chance to showcase my aptitude, having a chance to showcase my potential,
How
right?
did you
So
realize this was your gift?
what? Well, I always, so deep down inside, I always been able to talk and stuff like that. But it just I never had the opportunity to really become who I was meant to be because of situations and circumstances. Right? So what really propelled me was around like 2018, 2019, when I decided to get my life together, right? And I was drinking and I was doing this, I was doing that, and then I was trying to get my life together, but I was still also stuck in my bad habits. So it was a lot of things that happened for me. Like I started bad car, like when I started um like meditating and taking my spiritual journey serious, because I was like working at a church and I was volunteering at the church I was working at, and like so I was like, and then I was doing my own thing on the sides, but it was just like I started having everything stripped from me, man. And I was really forced to really figure out who and what I was as a person. Because like I said, because so I was abused as a child, right? My mother was an angry alcoholic. And and also not only that, but we lived in a project. So my mom didn't want us to be out socializing with the people in the neighborhood because she understood that, you know, I could possibly be sucked in to that kind of lifestyle. So it was a good thing that I wasn't socialized as a child because the environment that I was in wasn't one that was conducive to prosperity. But the
Healthy
bad
for you.
thing was the internal environment inside the house was not a healthy one either. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
So I always had the perspective on the outside looking in, right? And it's two questions that you asked that was one question that Sister Girl asked, and there was another question that you asked that I'm trying to answer. But as I tell my story, but so I always had the perspective of outside looking in. So that's why I'm able, like when you talk to me, I'm able to understand multiple viewpoints, and I don't have any I don't have any prejudices, or I don't have any prejudices towards anything in specific, unless it's something that I feel very, very, very strong about. Something that I know, a specific subject that I know a lot about, right? Um, all right, all right, sister girl, what was the question that you asked again? You asked me a two-part question.
As I cannot recall at this time.
Or you asked me, do I feel like this is
Oh,
how I get this?
yeah, what the shit that you do for free, like that you keep on saying that you can do all day without, being paid for it. Pretty much
Mm-hmm.
something you're passionate about. It's something.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the call to your purpose or feeling
Mm-hmm.
fulfilled and in alignment by helping others and being able to express yourself through this medium.
Okay,
Hi,
and
baby.
then what was the? Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, my baby just walking.
And what was the question that you asked Gemini, Battle of the Twins?
Um, how did
How
you
did I
like?
know or something?
Yeah, how did you know? Like what? Like was it a vision? Was it a dream? Right.
Uh no, because that part of my brain, like I said before, because of the shit that I've been through, I never really had a vision for myself, whether that was me writing down goals that I want or me literally having a vision like in dreams or meditation. No, it wasn't that. What it was that I always loved people, right? I always had a thing. It was like I was bubble boy in a sense, to where it was like I was always like I wanted to be a part of the world, and I wanted to be in the world, and I wanted to be loved and admired and all that stuff. I wanted friends, but I always had a small degree of separation, right? And so that small degree of separation allowed me to build the perspective that I had, which is I am not, what up, All Star? Which was I don't fit in nowhere. I realized that a long time ago. Like, yeah, I might be similar with the ball players. Yeah, I might be similar with the drug dealers. I might be similar with the drug addicts. I might be similar to the the spiritual people. I might be similar um to all the people, right? But I never really felt 100% in. But one thing I always felt 100% in was being able to just welcome all of those different aspects of myself. And the combination of me welcoming all those aspects of myself allowed me to be able to kind of settle down and realize that it's okay for me not to be 100% like the drug dealers, or it's okay for me to not be 100% like the people with the degrees, right? Because I love knowledge, right? But it's like a lot of those people with knowledge, they get snooty, they get cocky, they get arrogant. Oh, my degree is this, and you know,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. My testicles are small, but my brain is big. Hear that? So it's just like I'm okay with not fitting in. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being a jack of all trades. So my jack of all trades led me to being able to be here. Like I've been doing this for a long time. Before I ever took a life coaching class, I always been able to give people advice. Right? Even when I was drunk as a skunk, I was still able to be there for people. Right? I always been empathetic. Right? One thing about me being secluded from the world was that it didn't make me cold and bitter. You understand what I'm saying? So I always been empathetic and sympathetic for the world. It's just a million things. Sister girl can't have a minute to herself. Mom life is the best. Look, and he got a doodle too. Look, he about to shit all on her shoulders. Look, yeah, I'm just playing. And they had chili dogs earlier, so he about to have corn dripping all out his pamper. All right, but anyways,
No.
but yeah, so it just like no, it wasn't a vision per se. It was I had to create the vision for myself. It wasn't like I went to sleep and I woke up and I was like, oh shit, I'm about to be a tarot reader. Oh shit, I'm about to be a life coach. No, these was things that was I was doing naturally, and I decided to sharpen my skills, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, me taking these life coaching classes and stuff like that, getting these certificates and stuff. Like technically, you don't have to take a class to be a life coach. You understand what I'm saying? Like you don't, but why not? Why not sharpen up? Right? Technically, you don't have to take a class to be a tarot reader, but why not sharpen up?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and any other thing I do, like being a nutritionist, like I took a class, I got a certificate. Now it was not a really in-depth class. You know, I don't have a degree in nutrition, but you know, I studied some of the basics of nutrition. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like it's like I took what I did naturally, or what I was able to do naturally, or what I was interested in naturally, and I pursued it. But it's about what came to me naturally, to answer your question. Like for example, the Reiki thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? I all see me being a Scorpio was one thing, but I always had a missing piece of my personality. And I didn't realize that until I found out I was on the cusp. And I didn't realize I was on the cusp till I was in my 20s.
Mm-hmm.
So me feeling like, oh man, the world is going to shit. I can't sit back and allow this to happen. You know what I'm saying? That came, I realized like the me wanting balance, not only for myself, but for others, was the Scorpio mixed
It was a Libra
with the
side.
Libra. You know
It's
what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because
it's
I see the
Scorpio.
imbalance. I don't believe in just burning the whole world down and starting over. I
Yeah, it's
believe
Scorpio.
that we gotta heal. I'm cool, alien, with your sexy ass.
I
Yeah,
do
she
agree
Yeah,
with
the,
that
fine.
the
She
statement.
cute. That
Scorpio,
little light skin self. Let me put
Scorpios,
alien
they're
on the
so
screen.
negative. Like they
Hey,
operate out of like darkness. So you
Say
sense
that
that
again. You was breaking up.
Scorpio, right? They're so they love the dark, anything dark, and like
But what is the definition of dark?
I don't know. That's Scorpios. They never see. They're also pessimistic, right? But I was just saying that because your core knew that that wasn't all of you, and then that's when you found out that you're on the cusp, right? Which came to the Libra side, wanting balance, justice. That's what Libra's about.
And what's crazy is my journey was me
you know,
wanting balance in myself. Cause so look, what a big thing was that, man, back in like 2018,
no.
I had a lot of shit going on. Like I used to sell weed. I was being promiscuous. And it wasn't that I didn't want a relationship, but it was just like I was lonely and I was hurting. And the women that was around, maybe I didn't see a future with them, but I still needed to feel something, like Chris Brown, right?
Mhm.
So it was just like I had friends that was around that either wasn't really good for me, like we wasn't compatible, or for whatever reason, one reason or another, they hated my guts or whatever. But it was just like I was at a point to where I was drinking and I was hurting. And I
Mhm.
had been new for a while. I was hurting, but I just couldn't process why I was hurting.
Right, right.
So at the end of the day, I became a diabetic. I was fucked up physically, mentally, emotionally, etc. So one thing that happened for me was that I was sitting on the side of my bed with a beer in my hand, and I'm like, man, why the fuck do I keep drinking? And
Right.
then me just asking why,
Mhm.
me asking why helped me start to open up. But I wasn't able to process these things because the things that I was processing at 28, 29 was things that I've been needing to process, but I didn't have
Re-
the emotional fortitude to explore the thoughts, right? That's very important because I always say, like, when we go through regression sessions and stuff like that, and when you got to recant memories and stuff like that, you got to be able to cross that barrier and not get burnt. You got
Right.
to be able to go to the dark side and not get lost. And what I mean by that is that we can open up those memories and stuff like that, but if we get stuck in the PTSD from those memories, right? The visions,
Mhm.
the feelings, the smells, the taste, the sounds, etc., then you're going to get burnt. And what I mean by that is that you're not going to be able to process that memory fully because we're still attached to the emotional things that happen behind those memories or the end results of those memories instead of figuring out why it happened, giving ourselves grace or giving the other person grace, and being able to understand, right? A lot of times we suffer from PTSD because of the emotional attachment to the memory, right? This person, he grabbed my butt in the 3rd grade and I felt violated, right? And you might not remember the clothes you had on. You might not even remember your teacher name, but you remember how you felt in that moment. You might not even remember the boy name or what he might walk down the street right now and look at you in your face, and you might not even, but you remember how you felt in that moment, right? And I feel like it's very important to focus on that feeling thing because we we live in a day and a time where you can do whatever you want based off of how you feel. I bust the windows out of this car, right? We was 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years old listening to shit like that, right? Or if a nigga say something to me, I'ma slide on them, right? No emotional fortitude at all. But the thing is that having emotional fortitude is what's going to allow us to be able to grow as a human. Because like I always say, the emotions are what? Our navigational system in the Earth rover, just like how they got the Mars rover. Shout out to Rod Hayes. Just like they got the Mars rover, right? Well, our mind, right, is which is different from the brain, right? The mind, which is the operating system on our human avatar or our Earth rover, the mind has the mind is a culmination of many things, right? And so we take everything that we touch, taste, see, smell, hear, etc., and we all put it together and it creates the spirit, right? So the thing is that the spirit is going to be fluid because we're always going to be taking in information no matter what the information is. And I'm starting to get sidetracked off of what I was where I was going with this Earth Rover thing. But at the end of the day, man, not the emotional fortitude is very key because without emotion, I always say this: when the emotions are tested, intellect goes out the window. Right. So somebody flip you off while you were in the middle of road rage, then you might miss your left turn that you were supposed to make. Now you in the middle of a construction site, you know what I'm saying? Where it's one way traffic, you can't even hit a U turn because you got to go a whole quarter mile, which is going to add 10 minutes. So, not being able to be balanced emotionally is holding a lot of people back. And you know, the music, TV, YouTube, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is do what you want, do as thou wilt, right? Is do as thou wilt. But it's a lot of people who can't adopt that principle because they don't have the emotional fortitude to do that principle, right?
So
That's just
not
like giving a
having
16-year-old a gun, and you know what I'm saying? Like you might get a school shot up
so
because
not
they don't have the
having
mental fortitude to deal with the shit that they're going through. Go ahead.
so not having emotional intelligence is a key factor of our misfortune.
So the emotional. So when I hear emotional intelligence, right, and you can stop me at any time, but when I hear emotional intelligence, what I hear is understanding what this emotion is telling me, right? So what I was saying about the navigational system is typically we supposed to run towards what feel good and run away from what feels bad. You understand? But for some reason we get stuck in unhealthy relationships. You know, we get stuck with bad habits. You know, like we get stuck to these things that's not doing us any good, and our bodies is talking to us, but we override it, right? And that's something that I always talk about is being able to manually override your brain, right? Like just like if your phone running slow or your computer running slow, right? You can control alt delete that computer, right? And pull
True,
up the taskbar and or shut it down.
but you
Right. Well,
have to learn
sometimes we
that.
got to control or delete our brain. Go ahead. I ain't hear you.
But I feel like we have to learn that. Like, for instance, our bodies are telling us, like, okay, emotionally, like, okay, you're not in a good or safe space, right? So, for example, when women get butterflies. So in our minds, we were taught like, oh, when you like a boy, we get but the butterflies. I taught myself by doing research that that's a response that our bodies is telling us that we probably should not be here or next to that person. But we
Well,
were
it depends on the situation and circumstance. And I'm sorry to cut you off, but so it depends because just like okay, so I always use the example of a person before they go on stage to
But
perform,
having the
right?
butterflies is the same association with gut feeling. Did I cut
Yeah,
out?
well, that's what she's saying. So that butterfly could either be a fear or it could be love. But it's up to the situation and circumstance. So if you let's just say you in a grocery store, you lock eyes with a guy and you feel butterflies, there's no reason for you to kick on your fight or flight. You just fell in love. That's
well,
Well,
instant
there's
chemistry.
different responses. Like, if your stomach drop, you feeling,
But
well,
like
she
I'm
said
gonna
she used the term
overwhelmed.
butterflies,
yeah.
like the. So how do you so so real quick? Let me finish this. So like I said, the difference between stage fright and being motivated, or I can't remember the term I use, but the difference between being motivated to do something and having stage fright is literally the awareness of the situation. Because a lot of the all right, so a lot of the hormones and emotions are they operate on a polarity. And so just like hot and cold is still temperature. What the difference is if it's hot or cold, but it's still a temperature. So go ahead. You was about to say something. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't about to say anything. I was agreeing.
Oh, well, maybe it was the other young lady.
Only.
Yes, you. I'm sorry.
Wait, what was the question?
No, you was about to say something. I thought you was about to say something.
Oh, yeah. So the butterfly, right? So when you look at a person, you get butterflies. Sometimes it's our body letting us know beforehand.
But my thing is that
My
right?
experience with butterflies, it has been like, being emotionally drawn to a person. Well, feeling like I am
Yeah,
emotionally
yeah, yeah,
drawn
yeah.
Yeah,
Fear.
it feels
with
good in
that
the
sensation.
moment. It feels good in the moment, but in hindsight, it's a warning.
Well, it don't have to be a warning because it depends on what you. So that's why if it's important to
You
understand
can,
what
if
is
you
your
go through a
definition of
bad experience
butterflies
with a
because
person, you can.
I can feel butterflies and it could be a scary feeling, or I can feel butterflies and I can be falling in love. So it really just depends on the situation and circumstance that you in. But what dictate what dictates and that's why the mind is
The
important because
mindset,
what
the thoughts that you
dictates
get coming
if
from
whether
that.
something is hot or cold is you. So if you in a grocery store and you feel a little something in your stomach because this guy he got he's 6 foot whatever and he got a $5 foot long and some gray sweatpants and he got one hazel eye and one blue eye and you feel something in your stomach, that might be like, damn, this motherfucker fine than a motherfucker. I wonder if he got a steak and cheese in there.
Curiosity kills cat.
uh, but or somebody can walk in with a mask on and you be like, oh shit, he got a mask on. So if without you being in tune with yourself, you might not recognize that those feelings come from the same place and they feel very similar. But the difference is that the situation and circumstance, and that all goes to how you view what's going on. Because there's some women that might not like a man in a tie and a suit, but she like a dude, with some stacks on and tattoos all over his face. And then it might be some women who don't like men who dress seasonal, as I call it, but she like a man with suits and a nice clean haircut. You know what I'm saying? So, but
Well,
what the
right.
difference is you that make the difference, because the
Well,
thing is still the thing. A temperature is still the temperature, but it depends on what do you dictate is safe or not safe. What do you
and
dictate is cold or hot?
that's what I'm trying to say. Like me, I could fall in love with anybody all day, every day, right? I'll get the butterflies. I could control my temperature, but perhaps would it like, well, based upon experience, all my butterflies did not lead me, you know, down the
Well,
wrong right path.
that's easy to say because you ain't necessarily got the one, or maybe y'all just wasn't the one in that moment. But those feelings is there for a reason, and and those feelings are what they are. If they wasn't, then we wouldn't have them. It's universal between all mammals, and it
It
might
is, but
be with some
sometimes we don't
cold-blooded animals
really,
too.
but we don't, yes, we all have that feeling, and having the butterflies does feel good. Yes, I'm not debating that. But however, as we get in tune ourselves and we understand and we get to a point where like now we learn like, okay, it's our body reacting. It's a response. Like the universe will send you signs, like this is not a good place for you to be in, or this is not a good person for you to be conversing with.
But if you was a person who liked danger, if you was into that lifestyle, let's just say you was a gangbanger, right?
Mhm,
And you was into a whole lot of gang shit, right? I ain't heard that in a long time. Watch that start trending on your timelines. A whole lot of gang shit. But
mhm.
let's just say you was a gangbanger, you was into a whole lot of gang shit. Well, well, you might not have the same response to a whole lot of like drinking, smoking, shooting dice, whatever gangbangers do, whatever. For
Right.
example, right? You might not have the same response to that. So it depends on the perspective. Perspective is key as the observer.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, that sensation, it doesn't happen with everybody, so it is a rarity for me, and it is meaningful for me to have that feeling. But I'm also aware of when I have that feeling. It's like a sensation in the moment. You have to, from your perspective and from actually gradually getting to know that person, whether or not it's because it's like it's almost like a high. It's almost like something you want to react to, or you driven
Yeah, like when you hear my
feeding
voice.
I'm deceased.
that
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
no,
All
but
right,
I
go
get
ahead.
it.
I'm
But I
sorry.
just I just feel like at a stage, of me where I'm at, like I've been through a lot, and also the divine has came into play and saved me from a lot of things, and the things that we speak of, right? I think perhaps I could be the voice to state like, well, let's just take that a little bit deeper and look at it from this perspective, because sometimes we may not even know we had another perspective, right? Um, but however, they're there.
right,
And that was going back to that question about the emotional intelligence, like the original question of
Emotional intelligence being a blockage or something like that, you said?
no, like the compass and
Mm-hmm.
following your heart, or following like let the emotions drive. I have learned now to not let my emotions drive my decisions, right? Um
It's a healthy balance, but go ahead.
it is a healthy balance, and I do have a book, right? Emotional 2.0 or whatever, emotional intelligence. It's a great book. Um I have learned to be more reserved instead of being reactive. Just be still, still in the moment. Like, like meeting people, like wanting to chill. Sometimes back then, I would jump, to the opportunity to go chill, hang out. Nowadays, I'm more reserved. right? Because why? Emotion, experience, life has taught me not to, and be more reserved, be more still. I can't because if I let my emotions drive me, child, listen, I'm like the Harley Quinn to anybody's Joker, all right? But like, I cannot or let my emotions drive my decision making or be so impulsive as I once did. So, you have to grow through it. I mean, I don't know how better way to explain it, but I went through that phase and where I have to deprogram to reprogram that I can't let my emotions drive me.
Any extent of the way you're explaining it, I do agree with that. With emotions, especially when you first start feeling certain emotions, your first experience and awareness to that emotion and how it played out, it becomes a part of your memory. Because what's common between all people are the five senses, which the only common sense we have is to feel, touch, see, taste, smell, hear. But how we
I love that. Say that again. I love that because common sense ain't so common. And the reason why common sense ain't so common because we all say that we supposed to all think of like, well, if I wasn't raised in the same house, in the same environment then how can I think the same way as you do?
Right.
But what's important is that we don't listen to our senses. She said the only common sense we have is the five senses. That's some fire. Hold on, man.
The only common sense.
She letting that AK spray tonight.
But that is true. But that is true, right? But
let her cook. She over there hot like a fresh cup of noodles.
Well, it's just because with it's like you can have all of these senses. You're born with these senses, but how you perceive it and what you think about it, just like the mind of a serial killer.
Whether you use them or not.
How do you use it? You have to practice. And this is where discernment comes into the playbook. Like, because I could have all five and still act a fool, or I could have all five and still, be great.
It's like both of you, if say for instance, we both see an apple, but even though we can both see the apple, that's common for us both being able to see. What we think about the apple can be completely different.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, so that plays a big part with emotions. Feelings and emotions is connected to the senses. So it's like muscle memory, everything that we experience and emotionally with our experience physically, what we did, what happened, what we saw, what we hear, and we created a thought of that, experience all together. It is how we, remember it, memorize things that happened before, and when it's like something triggers those emotions or something related to those senses that it touched that part of us or whatever. It can be fear, it can be something good, something bad, but that plays a factor in how we go about moving towards doing something differently.
Right.
Addressing it, like when you feel butterflies again, it's like you can have fear of feeling butterflies after the second time because of how everything went after your first experience feeling butterflies. And if that went bad, when you feel butterflies, you fear, the feeling of having that sensation, being more aware. You're aware of yourself, yes, and what happened before, but that's what, goes back into holding on to yesterday for your blueprint and, decisions for tomorrow. It's like how you react to it now and do it differently, what you learn from those emotions and how you carry yourself, being aware that that's a possibility, but also that there are other possibilities to how you experience those emotions, because some emotions become not so fun anymore or, thrilling or exciting. But if you change your perspective over time and release those painful thoughts and experiences, or give yourself a chance to renew yourself, like, a newborn, teaching a newborn.
But not everybody has the resources, right, to find a group to let them know about that. I had to do
Not
the
even
research.
that. And a lot of people's subconscious not even primed to even want better. A lot of people are suffering from what's called learned helplessness. But go ahead.
But no, see, I could relate with that because deep down, I know things that I was doing wasn't good, right?
Mhm.
But however, in the environment I was in, none of my peers was trying to elevate in that aspect. But I knew that there was more out there. So I did the research where I was programmed. I'm deprogramming me to reprogram myself with better knowledge, with better, more intel where it helps me. But nonetheless, I'm not going to forget what I did learn, what I
Mhm.
went through, right? So I'm just applying all that I've learned to create a better outcome for me. And that's why I'm like, sometimes people are stuck. People don't have, they know subconsciously, they know what they're doing is wrong, right? But they just don't know the outlet on how to get out. They don't have a person to, you know, come across and let them know, like, hey, what you're doing is da da da. That's why I always
But you can have several people that tell you how to get out of a situation and you still not take their advice.
yeah, but you don't take that because you're not ready to take it. Because if you was ready, you would have took it.
But it's
Everyone,
not that
If
simple
you're
though.
ready
It
for
ain't
change
it,
and you would
it ain't
want
that simple. Your body, you will know like you will know when. Like you will know when you had enough. Like for instance, I used to smoke cigarettes. One day I'm like, you know what? Why am I doing this? I don't need to do this. And I cut cold turkey.
But for
Be-
everyone, that's not the case because if you have like blocked like senses, like blocked chakras, or traumatic pain, or like say you messed up your arm, it's like say you'll know when to you can start back using it maybe like after a while when it if you work it out and start stretching it again and it stops hurting, you'll start back using that arm. But if you don't, it'll start getting stiffer, you'll start holding back and keeping yourself from using that, and you'll stay stuck in that thought process that you can't do it because of how you feel, like how it's feeling, and thinking that over time it won't be able to change because you're not, and not to say you're not trying, but it's a nerve thing too. It's just with that being a factor in it, like say you're not able to use that arm anymore and it was your dominant arm, you had to
Right.
change how you move and what you do and how you do it, changing your habits and routines based off of that one thing. But it will always be on your mind that that
Of
arm
course.
is like in pain or hurt, so much so that it can distract you and keep you from you're trying to work around that arm, but at the same time you never go back to trying to readjust that arm to make it stronger or work again, like when athletes have serious injuries and they don't go back playing no more.
But right. And that just all boils down to you as a person, where you are in life, and you want to get out of your situation. And it's up to you to either do the work and get out, do research, or, go to seminars or what have you. You learn the information because now you know that what you're doing, you can't do. So let's just try a different avenue, different
so
methods.
wait, what about a person who believe that they dumb? So
Hmm?
what if that's my belief system? Then you can't tell me it's just as simple as going to learn and doing better, because
No,
my belief system that's running on my so the update that my iOS is on is dumb. So then what do you say to those people?
what do you
Beliefs
mean? What do you
is
mean?
role
Not,
So
plays a
if
not,
my operating system is 18.1.1 and dumb, right? That's the name of 18.1.1. Then
mhm.
what do you say to a person that says I'm dumb? Because you just said that it's up to you to seek the knowledge and it's up to you to do this. Well, what if you programmed for apoptosis? What if you programmed to be self-detrimental?
but this when emotional intelligence plays a factor in.
No, and what I'm saying is beyond emotional intelligence, because because I don't have no. If I'm that person that I believe I'm dumb, then I don't have any emotional intelligence at all.
If you believe you're dumb, like DUM, or done as
DUMB.
right,
If you believe
dumb or done
it
DONE.
depends on
Dumb
what
and done.
okay,
Done.
person repeated to themselves over and over that they're dumb, they can't learn. They're
This is the subconscious. Everybody in their family never been to college. Everybody go to jail. Everybody had babies at 16. You know what I'm saying? You got people
they
who
have to be
never leave a 10
they're
mile radius in their
born.
whole life.
Because they lost hope. Like
Is
I feel
so
like
so my,
I
my my thing is not lost hope. What if you was born in a hopeless place?
correct. If you was born in a hopeless place, when you okay, you're born in it, right? Then you're a baby, you're a toddler, you're in your adolescence, and then you're a teenager, and then now you're an adult. Now, and this is where I have an issue with people who make excuses. It's literally up to you, right?
So
Feeling
You
we're
hope.
wait. You can't use the word excuse because earlier you said you believe in grace. And you can't say
that's
the
up to
word
you.
excuse because when I was asking you this question earlier about a person, when we was talking about the blueprint, this goes directly to the questions that I was asking for about the blueprint.
Mhm.
If I'm a cheater and I tell you, hey, I'm sorry, and I keep doing it, but it's a part of my blueprint, do you give that person that grace? Like, well, like even if they know better and want better, if they've been programmed to say I can be a cheater, I can apologize a million times, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to change my behavior. I can just apologize because I see it's hurting your feelings.
Okay, yeah, but
So if
a person's actions does not reflect upon like you or me telling them, or like hearing their actions of why they're cheating. Their actions is their own. They don't reflect upon me. But
no,
as
that's
long
not what
as
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying it's not reflected upon you. But what I'm saying is that if all right, let's just say that I'm a third generation blood. It's been bloods all in my family, right?
Mhm.
You can't say that it's just up to the individual because we got epigenetics, right? In a quick way for those who don't know what epigenetics is, like if you got a dog, right, and your dog was a fighting dog, right? You got two dogs and they fighting dogs, and then they have a baby. They have a litter of puppies. Well, well, is science have proven a million times over that these dogs, these puppies, even though that they don't grow up fighting, they still might have they still are going to be more aggressive to other dogs because
Right,
of the genes is
the genetic
programmed
factors
for
and
that
infection.
environment.
Correct. But okay,
So it's not just as
I'm like,
simple, and the same thing go for humans. It's not that simple
I think
as
I think
you
it's very
just learn and you do better and you got to want better and something like that, because literally down to the molecular level of a person, they might not be able to just snap like a person versus you where you didn't necessarily grow up in that, and then you had people who pushed you to be better. You get
correct.
what I'm saying?
No, I understand genetic and environmental factors does play roles. But for okay, let's keep it down to one example so we could learn something here. Because for example, the dog that who's a fighter, right? Let's see. Okay, he's been fighting all his life. That's what he's programmed to know because it's in his genetics and environmental factors. Now, what if they throw the dog into a pound, right? And now here I am one day walking in the pound trying to adopt a dog. I'm gonna adopt the dog. Now, whatever I do to help the dog change his ways, where he could know that okay, he does deserve love, and he is not going to be put into these situations where he has to fight. That behavior can definitely change over.
But you loving the dog ain't gonna change his behavior. It's gonna be
okay,
him
if the
being
trait
trained.
is
It's a
genetic,
difference
Yeah,
between
I'm good.
loving the dog and training the dog.
But all
And
that
just
comes
be
into
and it still ain't no guarantee that he just because you love him and train him, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to go 100% away.
correct. That is true. However, it's still a possibility that it will change. That his
Mhm.
circumstances of what he used to know will change. That's the only thing that I'm saying. There's a factor of which that behavior can be changed.
So with genetics, if both dogs were fighters, they're, not naturally aggressive.
I had friends who adopted a dog, and the dog came from a bad environment. The dog changed over time due to training and repetition and discipline. The dog changed, right?
Okay.
Same way, I'm saying we as people, we could definitely change.
Now, I mean, the trait that the dog is born with, not that it needs to be changed, but it can be put in a different direction. So the aggressive of the dog doesn't have to be a fighter,
Correct.
but knowing the dog can be aggressive, it can be put to a different task or this just like saying you can take the cat out the wild, but not the wild out the cat.
Correct.
So it's like pretty much that dog gonna have to find another outlet or medium. It's like the aggressiveness.
Correct. So the dog will submit. The dog will then submit to the changes.
Natural, and it's not. It wasn't like, even as a puppy, it wasn't introduced to fighting, and it didn't have to fight, but it's in the dog to want to fight.
Correct. Due to the environment that he was in. So here I come, right? Putting him on a different path, right? Whether he submits to that, he will. Whether he doesn't, he don't, right? But both options could be true. But what I'm saying is, because I could see things in both sense, good and bad, right? So I'm just simply saying that people could change, dogs could change, your situation could change. It's if only if you submit to it, right?
Mhm.
That's all I was adding to that. Circumstances could change.
Yes, it's like that is one of the traits of the dog. But if you feed nurture the dog in other ways, it, bring out more of that, routine in them, or that sense in them to, pull more of that side out of them, rather than being so aggressive. It can be, taken to another side of itself, but the natural instinct in it to be aggressive will always be, in the bloodline of that dog being. So say, for instance, the mother that's pregnant, it's like whatever the mom was doing within the past 2 years before being pregnant and while pregnant, it's pretty much the traits that the kid is gonna show more strongly.
Okay. So let's take today, for example, right? Let's take all our situations, right? Okay, for me, hearing all of this, listening, and now trying to apply it, am I going to change? Am I going to, how would I say it? Like, change my circumstances, incorporating what I've learned, right? Same as with you, because you're trying to do better, be better. Now you're taking in all this information. Now, are you going to apply it to be better, or are you just going to apply it, listen to the information and just sit on it, right?
Well, being that I am engaging in this conversation, actually listening and, taking it in, also, it's gonna be in my memory, and it's me speaking these things into existence, and also what I speak upon myself and speaking to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
And out overall in general it's like almost the same as journaling and writing things down and manifesting. The more you say these things to yourself and do these, it's also practice, repetition, and dedication, or continuing to go. It's like, even
it takes
if I
21
don't
days to form a habit. So if you do it,
form a habit, pretty much.
right, if you do this for 21 days, things could be looking, up and up. Things, will eventually change.
Staying 21 days is also a method. It's like, we can talk about this today, and I could not think about it tomorrow at all. But in the back of it's like, it's gonna be times where this conversation comes up in my mind, and I think about it when it applies as needed. When I have those down moments where I need, some advice or something to think about or something to do, or it comes into play in my life. And currently, as it is now, later on, you know, this is something that I can think back to, go back to, or reference within myself, knowing that, you know, acknowledge that this is also recorded. I can watch, go back and watch it and see myself, and also see my progress. So there are things in different ways you can, you know, discipline yourself, and, you know, there's different methods that you can use, and because everybody has different ways and different lifestyles. It's always going to be, it's always going to have an impact on you and others, especially, you know, the more you build on it.
Correct.
If that makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense.
It does make sense. Fee.
It makes sense, but again, I was posing the question to a person with learned helplessness.
Oh, hopelessness. This is what I wanted to address when you two were going back and forth. Hopelessness is like, with having hope. Hope is stronger. It's like, because I watched this Netflix series. It was Sandman. So I got to this episode where the Lucifer, I guess, was going back and forth with Sandman, and it's like a verbal battle. So the when Lucifer got to the point of saying, well, the guy, I guess, he had a universe, and what destroyed the universe was the destroyer of universes. So pretty much it was death and darkness and nothingness. But what brought back to life, what brought everything back into picture of, you know, making things possible, was hope. Having hope is a sense of life and living, and what they were saying pretty much is God. So a higher power. If you're feeling hopeless, you don't believe in anything, you don't feel like anything will work, you don't feel like there's no point, nothing at all matters, it's like, you know, dead. So it's having hopelessness. You don't believe in a higher power, God, anything at all. It's like that. Also, like that Kanye West song, what's a king to God, what's a God to a king, what's a God to a non-believer that doesn't believe in anything, does he make it out alive?
So
No
your
church in the wild.
correct. So Faith. So your
Feeling
question
hopeless.
is that what about those who are hopeless?
For those who
People
feel
who have
hopeless.
learned helplessness, just like how you can learn how to be hopeful. What about the people who has learned helplessness? We niggas, and that's all we ever gonna be,
I
right?
want
For those who seen the Boondocks.
Yes, there's low vibrational ways of thinking, and higher, it's like, it depends on their level of thinking and their willingness to see, you know, the brighter side of the little things, and even throughout their situations, what they learn, what they take. Are they really hopeless? What makes them, what do they feel accomplished within themselves, and why do this hopelessness, why does this hopelessness, this helplessness, why is it so strong upon them? What, you know, triggered them or made them so? It's like a trigger, traumatic pain, trauma,
it's trigger.
depression.
I could speak on this because I went through that currently because I was full of joy. You know, my cup was full, right? And then it got to a point where it's just like one day I just gave up, didn't care. My cup is empty. You know, me is part of me giving too much of my energy. So I fell into a deep, dark helplessness phase. So now encountering you guys, y'all caught me at the ending of my helplessness phase where now I'm doing things, you know, day by day, I'm doing things that is helping me get back to um, my core, right? Because I wasn't just born helpless, right? I had hope, then I lost it. So things could change. I could go from helpless to hopeless or hopeless to helpless, right? But it's, again, I'm always
That
going
goes back to reasons. You have to have reasons for feeling hopeless. Is you also have reasons for feeling hopeful, or like you
right.
can. So just like I went through a period in a phase, just like emotions are so fragile. It's like you have highs and lows to them. It's just
Correct.
you can feel one way at one moment, and in the next moment it changed. But knowing that emotions can always change, you can always focus more and pinpoint one emotion so strongly. Like, I really want to be happy. You focus so much on wanting to be happy, that desire that you get. It's like what you focus on, what you speak into existence, what you believe is what you become. What who you're around is like it's like they say, you are who you hang around, you are what you eat, you are what you do, you are what you say you are. I am who I am because that's what I say I am. That's what I'm doing. It's like people can have their perspective of you based on, their ideal, things they would have done, would have, should have, could have. But at the end of the day, your own perspective of you is the strongest energy you're going to give off, pretty much. If you allow others' thoughts and perspectives of you to, weigh on you more than the desire you have to see yourself in your own light and your independence and having that inner strength, because you can lose energy and that inner strength sometimes and have weak points. And that's why it exists. You have downs and you have ups. That's what creates. You have to come in between to create balance, yin and yang. When I've had really, really depressed moments, down times, down, days where I felt, I can use the word hopeless, or like, it was pretty much the end of the world. But, like when you feel like you've seen everything, you've done everything, you can't get any further, what's the point of it? And then I realized I have a toddler, he's brand new to all of this. He's relearning it. It's like going back and thinking, while trying to teach him what I do know, knowing that my experiences, I don't want all of my experiences to be his, but I can only teach him from my experiences. So to look at it from his perspective, he's brand new to speaking, he's brand new to colors, he's brand new to everything, all the little things about life, learning about the moleculars, the science, the languages, the math, you can find, it's like going back to that inner child feeling, that inner light where everything was pure, everything was brand new, wanting to desire to have that same lightness and love in yourself. And for like you did for others, when you worked so hard at investing your time and energy into giving to others, and then you gave up. But I've done that. And when I realized, that I see myself in him, which, became another reason why I wanted to see him, be better and do better. So I also wanted to see and be better for myself, see better for myself, do better for myself. And, I started to realize, those little things that you brush off and ignore, just like air and breathing and the whole fact that we're alive in the present and the existence altogether, the beauty of the cycle, it starts and it ends and it goes over and over. And it's about the memories in which the feelings you cherish and what you hold in you that make you, at the end of the day, it's like that track record you keep. It's like, what it feels like to be down, and you're able to go to someone and explain that experience and that social connection, to be able to relate back to others and to be able to feel. Just the whole point of life is being able to feel. See, the senses, that's what common sense, or the commonality of beings, is that emotional experience. And there's bad, what people consider bad, like, or overindulgences. You can overindulge in anything, but drink the sensations like drinking, partying, but there's also sensations like people get a kick out of reading or just sitting back chilling, or it's finding, it's like the beauty in all of the little things. Like, whether you realize it or not, you start to ignore it after you've learned it. It's like, okay, it's like, like washing your hands or water, and that's just something that you do, but you can do, you don't have to, it's just it all plays a factor into your thought process, pretty much. And building a sense of hope, again, it's like breaking down, knowing what it feels like to be broken down, but that accomplishment of working on day by day, step by step, moment by moment. If it's hard to plan out the next day, that's what I worked on. What you're gonna do the next day, feeling, you go moment by moment, minute by minute, hour by hour, slowly transitioning into feeling that momentum, movement Life is about living. It's about moving. It's about changing. It's about seasons. It's about time. It's what time is an illusion, as they say, but seasons is something we can feel, see, go through here, and relate to. It's cold in the winter. Everybody know it's cold, whether you have a cold or not. It's a,
Correct. And that's the steps that I had to take, during my helplessness season. I had to take it step by step, hour by hour, slowly but surely trying to get back on track to a better version of me.
Instead of rushing and feeling like, things are coming to an end, it doesn't have to be. It's like you take moments where you feel like you have a momentum, and then you get knocked off your momentum. You slow down. Sometimes you have to stop just as much as you have to go. It's just when you have those moments when you have to stop, and you feel like you're overthinking and overanalyzing everything, is when you're coming to the acknowledging everything, your experiences and things that you have to release those emotions of feeling down and sad and let it out. And if it comes, that's why there's journaling, expressing. They have therapy, talking to people, just getting it out of the way. It's like trash thoughts. You have like random thoughts of insecurity, like I don't like myself, or I think this I think I'm not able to finish this, or whatever. It's like once you filter out those thoughts, you can make room for new thoughts, or new insights, or realizing things you haven't realized before. And even though as people get older, they get stuck in their ways, they also when they share their experience and say that younger generations don't listen to older generations and what they talk about, or older generations feel like they know more than younger generations. It was also a different point in time where we didn't have Wi-Fi, we didn't have phones and technology, or the music was different. And that's what is a part of the change, and being able to bring back some of those nostalgic idealisms while also developing and coming up with new things that we can, entertain ourselves with and cherish. Finding a reason is always, in life, finding a reason to do things, having a reason. Or if you have no idea what you're doing, when you have the feeling you have no idea what you're doing, I really can't say what you do about that. What do you do when you feel like you have no idea what you're doing? Am I on here by myself? Oh my goodness.
I personally would
Hello? Trouble connecting this often caused by unstable internet connection. Move closer to your router.
Can you hear me?
Did I just do all this talking and nobody heard me?
I heard.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I hear you now. I just did all this talking. I felt like nobody.
No, I heard you the whole time.
Okay. I'm like, damn.
I would
myself, all by myself.
I would unplug and journal, right? And then see what comes to me spiritually. Like just unplug for a moment and then
it's gonna come.
Yeah. I
was gonna say we just gonna have to text each other in the chat. It's gonna go from a live video to a chat video. I couldn't hear you for a moment. I hear you now. Fee went out a long time ago. I hadn't heard him in like 20 minutes.
Fee?
Yeah, where is Fee? I see him in the chat, but I don't hear him no more. Like where he go? Giving his input, he said, "Cleansing my space. I'm here. Wi-Fi going crazy. Y'all still there?" Okay. Let me go back through this chat. Who's still here? Who's still on this live, by the way?
My computer
is anybody still watching? We just been talking. It's been almost 3 hours. Where'd she go? Where everybody going? Don't just leave me here to talk to myself now. Fee, I can't even see the chat no more. Okay, now I can see the chat. Okay. What is going on? Somebody here. Somebody here. It's people here. Okay.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now. Okay, that's cool. Okay.
You can't hear me?
I hear you. I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I had to go. I had to grab Uncle Paulo. Yeah, I had to grab Uncle Paulo, man. I was feeling cold and whatnot. And then I was just sitting here thinking, I'm like, man, she need her own show.
Who, me?
I was thinking like, yeah, you would do good with your own show. I was like, you just you just gotta sharpen, and I say this with all due respect, right? Because even I can sharpen up. You just gotta sharpen up a little bit and
Sharpen up
just
on what?
dive deeper into, like, I think for you, what I hear for you, what I see for you in the future is you definitely, I hate using this word, but you definitely got the gift of gab or whatever, and you're very intelligent, that you could put together a picture. But I just think that you find a niche and you stick with it and you wear it out. When you
Oh,
pick a
I just jumped
subject,
on this live just to be a part of a discussion. Like normally I would not, but
yeah,
being
but I'm just speaking of something into fruition for you if you allow me to.
you think I could have
Okay,
my own
then
show?
got a couple bad bitches
Okay,
with
I'm folding
me.
clothes. I'm folding clothes. I'm being
P,
productive.
just jump on the camera. We can.
Hey,
I
It's
don't
it's
even
better in a
hey,
when
pretty
you can
girl.
see people.
stop
We
it.
got two pretty girls tonight.
Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I?
Hey,
Hey,
pretty girl. We got
beautiful.
two pretty girls tonight. Hey, pretty girl.
Oh, guys, stop. But thanks. Oh my gosh.
Hey, pretty girl. All
Hi.
right. But yeah, like I was saying though, what I see for you is I see you could definitely do this thing. I'm like, man, me and her gotta have a weekly show or something. I would just beg you to pick a subject or a topic and wear it out as much as you can. Cause you able to go anywhere. Like you can talk about a little bit of everything.
Mhm.
But pick one thing. You know what I'm saying?
What's going
Psychology, wear it out.
on?
Sociology, wear it out.
Yeah,
Law,
I really
wear
like
it
that.
out. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
You do that,
I can
you'd
do
be a bad mama jamma. Cause you're not ugly. You know what I'm saying? You young, you pretty.
Not about
You know what
that.
I'm saying? You got
That's
a
it.
lot of things going for yourself. So if you can combine that with the book knowledge per se,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't even necessarily have to go to college, but you can be what they call what is that word? I love that word. Somebody who's self-taught. What is that called?
Self starter.
Huh?
Self starter.
No, 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 no.
Motivation.
Oh man, I wrote that word down. Oh, autodidacted. Ooh, I love that word.
autodidactic.
Autodidactic.
Yeah,
Autodidactic.
autodidacted.
Yes.
Hold on, I hear my voice on the replay, so let me turn that down.
Are
If
we
you
But
on?
yeah, though.
I
Yeah,
done
yeah,
say what's
yeah.
up, Ski?
Are we on the Oh, are we on the YouTube thing?
Yes, boo.
You thought
Oh.
we was FaceTiming?
We still on this live.
Oh. Okay then.
Hey, Bookie.
No.
You
No.
turn yourself off.
No, no. You about to
Yeah.
make the subscribers go down. You better come back on here.
Energy. Baby. Energy.
People gonna unsubscribe because she.
I'm over here folding.
But it's better. I like clicking on the live when I can see all of the people in the conversation. It's just like
Well,
now
you
all I
pretty
see.
enough, so how
I
about
was
this
feeling
then?
by
They ain't gonna know
myself.
the difference.
First,
Boom, there you
Oh,
go. Now
don't
you
do
a superstar.
thank see my intimates. The whole world don't gotta see my intimates.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what's up.
but no, you was going in though, man. I had to clear the space, man. I had to go like some Palo Santo. As soon as I like that Palo Santo, the
Well,
Wi-Fi was
I'm
back
not that
popping.
we were all over the place, but when we started talking about dogs and different aspects of emotions, and I didn't
And
know what
so
I
and
can
so the
ramble.
reason. Oh, go ahead.
You were saying?
So
We
the
keep talking.
reason why I was saying what I was saying, because she was trying to talk to me, and I
Uh-huh.
wasn't able to say nothing. So the reason why I was saying what I was saying, because you had made one blanket statement, and maybe I was just being a prick by picking apart what you were saying. But
Mhm.
but but not you, but I think Battle of the Twins had made a statement where she was basing her statements off of her. And that's
No,
why I was challenging her on what if a person got what's called learned helplessness, where how some people learn how to be hopeful,
mhm,
right? Well, you can be learned helplessness to where you feel not only do you so a person with learned helplessness, not only are they tuned to a negative frequency, but they also believe to the core that things can't get better.
correct.
And that's a very real thing because
It,
it's like
it
it's a
is
lot
real.
of people who, whether they know better or not, whether they want more or not, they believe, right? And they say, what's the juice to manifesting? What's the power? What's the connection between you and the divine? It's your belief, your desires,
Correct.
right?
So, but
Mhm.
I feel like because I've been there, where I
Yeah.
became hopeless. I've been there.
Want some water? Okay, baby.
I've been there.
Okay.
I
And
don't think you ever been to a point to where it was where you knew that you couldn't be better. I just think that you probably thought that you couldn't be different. Am I right or am I off?
um, you're right.
I don't think better was a question for you. I just think of what you using your energy for is the question.
Well, the question was, what will you tell a person who thinks about helplessness? But my thing is, there's going to be a point in time where the person is going to like change the frequency, right, of which he operates on to be on a different type of frequency to
Ooh, y'all
change,
talking about frequencies.
right? Because I was very hopeful to the point where I became hopeless. Everything just started crumbling, right? Been in this phase for about what, a year now, a year and a half. So you're just now catching me in my end phase of hopelessness, where now I'm doing little steps to get back to being hopeful, but better. But
Hmm.
that's based upon me, right? I can only speak for me, knowing that, yes, I was hopeful. I fell into depression or hopelessness, right? Been there for a while, didn't care, just wanted to do whatever I was doing. And then it got to a point where I'm tired of being where I was at. So what do I do when if you're tired? Change the circumstance, change whatever. If it's the environment you need to change it. If it's the frequency, change it. If it's the channel, change it. I chose. I chose to change it, right? That's all I was
Hmm.
trying to say about what do you tell a person who believes that they're not good enough or they're not better enough or like they just there's no hope. Now there's hope because I could talk to you blue in the face, right? If you're hopeless, but at some point it may click, it may not click. But at the end of the day, though, I'm saying it's up to you as an individual.
And that's what I'm saying. And you can't say it's up to you as an individual because what if that individual programming isn't like yours? Well, some people will never, ever, ever, and I hate to say it, but some people will never, ever, ever be better. And the thing is like you said, it's still there. But what did she say in the video? She said either what she said in the beginning, either you move towards your hopeless or not that. What did she say? I can't remember. But she
What
said something in the beginning about you align with you align with the two paths. Either you align with the oh, I cannot
what
remember, man.
yesterday and then the future for tomorrow?
No, before that, she said you align with the different path. You align with your not your destiny, but basically either you align with a good path or a bad path.
Right. But guess what though? But my part, exactly, either you align with whatever. At the end of the day, who is doing the walking? The individual.
Mm,
I feel like we're going in
yes and no.
circles.
It depends on the person. It depends on the person because some people,
And that's what I was
and
saying. It depends upon the person. That's what I was saying.
it sounded like you were saying it depends on the person whether they choose it or not. And what I was saying was that for some people it's not a choice because the choice was already made for them.
Well, I
So
was just
you will literally have to you will literally have to go through Pharaoh. What up, Pharaoh?
Whole lot of nada.
oh, hi,
Whole lot of
Pharaoh.
nada.
What's up, everybody?
Hi, how are you?
Hi, who's here?
Blessed.
Pharaoh. Remember how the first time we was on here and it minus fee? Yes, it was Pharaoh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What you guys doing?
We're talking about removing a lot.
Removing manifestation blockages.
Do I come out clear or what?
Yeah.
Well, I can't see you, but I can hear you.
I turn my camera off. I'm in the tent, dog.
No,
Oh,
I know it's all good. I was just talking trash. I know you got your camera off.
Everybody got their
Nah.
camera on with me. I've been on this screen.
That cause your face
I mean,
pretty.
I'm shy, so that's just that.
You
I mean,
prettier than cornbread, girl.
Well, I'm
Oh,
shy.
thank you.
Yes, you look like Pocahontas. But yeah.
She
what's
do.
the topic, man?
The topic is go ahead, Fee, because we was going back and forth upon okay. Pharaoh, what do you tell an individual who is helpless?
Oh, I don't want to tell them nothing really. So I want to share that I'm in a homeless camp, man. So
No.
I'm coming across individuals who are stepping their game up daily. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And
Y'all add pictures or something to y'all little profile circles and make it more.
But okay, do you feel helpless in your situation?
no, I don't, man. I feel blessed. I'm grateful for everything I get challenged with. I mean, I know that I'm going through challenges in life. Hey, I'm gonna come back on in a minute. I'm gonna go to a different location.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
See, I like that because I'm going to talk to a person, right, who was dealt cards. I like to meet people and understand, beginning to end, right? And there's some people I came across who were dealt bad cards, right, in life, but they some made something with their cards, and
You
others kept
talking to one, man? If you let them tell it, I ain't supposed to be alive right now
me neither. But here
for
we are.
various reasons.
True. And that's where I'm making it a point where it's just like, okay, what are you gonna do with a deck of cards? Are you gonna keep shuffling and shuffling and shuffling, or are you gonna play out the deck? Like, are you gonna make something out of it, right? And I always meet people on both sides of that spectrum, right? Because it goes both ways. What do you tell a person who was hopeful and then became hopeless, right? What do you tell that person?
Are you asking me what?
Yeah.
Again? What do you want? Like if so to answer all the questions that I'm asking, right? My biggest thing is to get back in touch with you. Like it don't matter who
Yeah.
if you're talking to a priest, a imam, a spiritual guru, a mystic, a fee.
Yeah.
It don't matter who you talking to. If that person don't point you back to you, then that person is pointing you in the wrong direction. So my
Yes.
biggest thing is that let's start off with big picture and then work backwards, right? Let's do some algebra, but in real life, right? So what do you want? Oh well, I want a family and I want this one, I want that one. Okay. So now that we got a vision, now let's figure out the details of that vision. And then once we figure out the details of the vision, it might become clear on what we got to do to achieve the thing that we want to achieve.
I think the first step in what you should do when you come across the person that
But don't nobody care. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
No,
You-
that's true. No, like sometimes, like you could hear the message over and over and over and over, right?
I think that the first thing you should do when you come across the person that felt hopeful but it now feels hopeless is make them smile.
I understand that, but
Don't nobody got time for that. Like, I don't
I
know.
Because
understand that, but the vision and this is why the vision is important because creating the vision is going to do that for you. But you're going to
Can you
be
guys
able to
hear me?
do it for yourself.
Yes, Pharaoh.
So, hey, yo, Fee, much love and respect. I don't want to be still on the spotlight, you know, but I want to introduce myself of how I turned my life around.
Oh, for sure. Go
I
ahead,
came,
man.
I came back home to Washington State after a long stint away from my res. I'm from a tribe, right? And where I'm going with it is I reinvented myself. So what that got to do with everything of encouraging people, showing that they can reinvent themselves too. I'm clean, sober. I'm working on getting tabs for my vehicles. My trailer burnt down, but I don't give up. So what I'm saying is that I want to be the positive inspiration of an example that I can do it. So the name Pharaoh, I got to redefine it. For example, in the Bible, it says Pharaoh hardened his heart. So I'm the modern day Pharaoh where I soften my heart and I encourage people to free themselves from the illusions of addictions and so-called matrix. So just reinventing yourself to uplift others, our neighbors, our brothers, our sisters. I mean, whoever I come across my path with.
Hmm. So, what do you think has been a key catalyst for you getting that ball game started and you being able to sustain that vision?
So you know, a dark night of the soul, right? You guys know what that is?
yes,
No.
So
Yeah,
there's a
give me
coin.
a brief synopsis.
There, look it up later. Dark night of the soul basically is when I go through a pressure of bad choices that I made in my life that start affecting me to make nothing but positive choices. And what it did to me, to make it brief, is that I got tired of drugs. I got tired of addiction. I got tired of being codependent. I got tired of being ignorant. So I believe that spirituality is very easy if I just make honorable choices, honorable decisions, and how I conduct myself and how my neighbors see me conduct myself. I'm not going to control my exterior environment, but I control what's within my attitude, my behavior, my actions. But that's just to break it down, summarize it.
Yep. So you chose to do better. You chose.
Well,
a different-
here's another one. Like, here's another motivation is that I became a grandfather.
Mm.
So becoming a grandfather is that I want to leave my legacy with somebody. And so what I mean by that is it's not only the teaching and the gifts that I did obtain, but it's more the fact that I was stuck on a material world, and I realized I don't want to be earthbound no more. And what that means to me is that I decided to be the fool and leave my homeland. So I'm moving to the city for my reservation. So I signed my house off to my daughter for my daughter could take care of my granddaughter, you know. And I rather be out here and then them having the challenges because I feel that I'm man enough to face all this. This is a beautiful challenge. But I don't look at things negative no more. I used to wear these lenses of fear and hate, but now I'm optimistic moment to moment. So that's where I put a period at.
So your
So
catalyst
was you?
doing better because one, your grandfather, and also you wanted more not for yourself but also for your legacy.
Well, I want to be a drug and alcohol counselor too. So to wake people up out of the only can help a person if they will ask for help. So I don't push my beliefs onto somebody.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So I
So
got a
it's
question. So did you have to go through a long period, or was it something that just snapped overnight? Or was there like a final camel, a final straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak?
so for me, my example of what I went through is my dark night of the soul is the accumulation of bad choices. I'm talking about like 10 to 15 years, and it all. So I look at karma as a bank account. I can deposit positive karma or negative karma, and it pours out on me when it wants to. I respect the universe. I'm not going to command, demand, or order nobody or spirit what to do. So it hit me hard. It was. I could say you could. I'm going to use your phrase, that straw, that final straw that broke the camel's back. But it was more the fact that I was reflecting back and I was analyzing everything I did in the past, what led me to a point
You
where
was
I
counting the
stagnate.
previous straws.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So I broke it down
Mm-hmm.
to minute details. And I hope you guys keep it up with my terminology, but I self educated that system wouldn't give me. The system only can give out so much until I have to start paying out of pocket. And so I
Mm-hmm.
started grabbing every book, and I could see that everything that God made is good. And so I could take a comic book or some anything, and I can relate it to spirituality one way or another. So
Mm-hmm.
you asked about who's my ascended masters, right? You wanted to know a while back, months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I read the Bible probably over like I don't know 40 times. I'm not joking,
But
but
okay, I have
it's
a
more to.
question.
Go
So
ahead, go ahead.
how long were you how long was the journey of like
Dark Night
My
of the Soul.
lost.
your shadow period, like your dark shadow period?
I say the peak where it peaked for me was like probably like 2 years.
Oh sheesh.
And one of my cousins, I called for help, and she is dying of cancer. And she's like, "You're going through spiritual warfare, brother." And that's the last words I heard from her. And she reminded me to turn to source.
Mhm.
So I realized that I cannot do this alone. And it wasn't only Source, but Source told me to start reaching out and making alliances with everybody and anything that's willing to listen. So I don't push
Mm-hmm.
my ideology or my beliefs onto other people. But my ascended masters are people who are walking in front of me these days.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Pharaoh. I understand where you're coming from with going through the dark night of the soul and going over and analyzing everything that you went through during that phase and period of time, but and how you can relate spirituality back into the Bible with a dark night of the soul. I see it as in the Bible the reference to the seven-headed beast, the seven-headed dragon.
I like your references.
Mm-hmm.
I lost you.
I think her Wi-Fi.
Seven dead one. The first one being
You keep going out. You got to turn off that
death. When
OnlyFans before you start talking.
Hey, quit shooting cheap shots at the ladies, man.
wait, I'm going in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you had to close that other tab. You can't have two tabs open at once.
No, my screen actually went off. So
Mm-hmm.
Dark Night of the
Oh, that.
Soul, it's like an ego death when you go through like a period of everything
Amen.
that you know, everything that was going wrong, everything that you was doing wrong, everything you thought you was doing right, and you know, it starts crashing and burning, and then you have to analyze and go. It's like you have to sit down and analyze everything you went through and what you learned from it and what happened and what you took. It's like what you're going to take with you, what you're going to carry on, and how you're going to move about your life going forward, and what you're going to change to make that difference. So with the pride and the ego death, like with that being a part of the journey, going through a dark night of the soul, you reinvent yourself and become more, you know, balanced with yourself, with your dark side, and you know, molded towards bringing out the fact that you can express and show off the light at the end of the tunnel from that darkness, you know.
Yep.
So what you saying that is you're asking me a reference from the Bible, right?
Yeah.
And I want to share. I want to share. I don't got my books or my Bibles, none of that in front of me. This is all top of my dome, man. So I'm gonna break it down to when God breathed life into dirt, into dust. So I come from the mud. I bloom like a lotus flower. You know what I'm saying? And that's my spirit I'm speaking about. And so I realized that when I pray or when I meditate, I ask for wisdom all the time. And I believe I got it, man. I believe I got it. And I'm not being arrogant or cocky. I just believe that I truly got out of addiction so, oh man, I got out of addiction. It was pretty challenging, I could say that much. But the whole point behind that is my reference back to the Bible would be that I realized that I stay humble because I am mud, I am dirt, but I'm also spirit. I'm flesh, and I remember that when I look at everybody, everywhere I walk. And I'm not holier than thou or better than nobody. So I want to humble myself and remind you guys I'm at a homeless camp right now, man. And I love my journey, man. I'm grateful for everything. Uh, I come to remember also in Genesis, I think it was chapter 10, talk about the Tower of Babel, right?
Mhm.
And they speak about when God divided man and made man confused, to be exact on the words, I'm quoting it and unquote, is the fact that when he divided mankind, he broke us down to different pigments and different languages. So that's the epiphany right there. The moment I reverse engineered the Bible. And what that means to me is the fact that anything man or God created as inspiration from God. So anything that's even on the screen or on TV or on music, it's spiritually inspired. So I can hear spirit speak through everything, like synchronicities. So when I go back and I look at my tarot cards, my cards, or either my Bible, I realize these are focuses. I don't know if you guys know what a focus is.
Mhm.
A focus would be like a wand that Harry Potter uses. So we can use a focus to channel energy like an antenna or receiving or shooting out frequencies. So tarot cards can gather energy, so could a wand, so could a broom, so could a Bible, so could prayer beads. But there's many different types of
It's
focuses.
where you
So
place your intention.
amen. So where I'm going with that is this. When I tap in with you guys, I can actually feel you guys' energy now. And I my only entertainment I have now is reading my books and using my phone and staying in contact with my kids and my family. And I don't, so automatically, me as a man, as an individual, I'm only taking responsibility for me, how I speak and conduct myself. But I judge daily. I judge daily. But I don't verbalize what I hear in my head or what spirit says to me because I'll be looked at as crazy. But that's okay because I know the government is covering up spirituality with mental health issues or titles, so to speak. And so my teachings, my self-taught, is listening to spirit. Spiritual warfare became easy when I come to realize that
So I
God divided it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, so I was saying throughout this journey of your spiritual awakening that you've gone through, you're able to go back to those, like, see yourself in those other people that are going through those situations in a way like that you went through already, and instead of I guess, you know how you say people, you can't help them unless if they don't ask for the help, or if they're not, you're not trying to force your ideas on them. But if you walk back and like you remember how you were in that situation, and you see these people, like, that are addicted to alcohol or drugs, or in those positions, that you're able to walk through that darkness and be that light to, you know, be like you've been in their shoes in a way, in a sense, to where you can sit with them, you can talk with them through that moment in time of that experience that they're having, and really bring them to some form of awareness of themselves through yourself.
I know exactly where you're going. And so there's this one teacher. His name's Ash. That's his literal last name, Mr. Ash. But anyway, I used to chime in and interrupt his conversations, and he would say, "Hey, Mr. Gomez, um, practice humility. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me." And so when an individual asks for my attention, so I ask them if they know definitions, so I could break it down to the molecules, even down to the spelling or I break down one word at a time, and I ask them if they want to continue. And so I haven't been in Washington State for like 14 years. And my nephew, he was depressed because the people who raised him passed on. And I wasn't home for my parents' funeral. Those are the ones who raised him. He's in a deep depression. Hey, is it okay if I cuss in front of you ladies?
Well, we're still on YouTube, so I don't know how that
I,
works.
I cuss all the time on YouTube. So,
Oh, okay.
so where I'm going. So I asked my nephew, I go, "Hey, man, when you take a shit, who wipes your ass? Do you let people wipe your ass?" He's all, "No, man." I was like, "Who wipes your ass?" He'd be like, "Me." So I use reverse psychology, you know? So he'd be like, "I wipe my own ass." Well, get your ass to work, man. Get your ass to work. And I got energy behind my bark. You know what I'm saying? When I speak. So he'll jump up, and he's taller than me. I'm only like 5'10", 5'11". But anyways, he's like 6'4". So I'd be telling my nephews to get to work and shit. And they ain't lazy, man. I come around. They're like, "Uncle, you want to come stay with us?" And nope. Why? As I put myself here, I get myself out. So here's a phrase I wrote, a quote, or not quote, yeah, a catchphrase I wrote myself. So I do my shadow work. I don't let my shadow work do me. And so
Mhm.
I get myself out of my addictions. I get myself out of my dark night of soul. But I embrace my darkness now. I know when it's appropriate now. How do you guys feel about that?
I agree.
I like that.
So I got inspired by the Bible by writing my own psalms. So like for example, I'm very patient now, and another one I wrote was it's 3 words: haste makes waste. I don't want to rush things. I want to sit and absorb and observe now. Uh, so a relationship I just got out of. This girl goes, "How does it feel to be left in the cold?" I was like, "You don't even know." She's like, "What you saying?" I was like, "I am the cold. I'm back in my element. I'm out here in the rain and mud right now. This is
Mm-hmm.
where I belong. I'm meant to be free, man. I don't want to be tied down. So I'm free from being a father now. They're both my kids are adults. I bought them land in the house. I'm out here on the streets. I'm free. They don't realize how free I am. I was like, they're like, "Hey, mom wants to see you." Tell her I don't want to see her. I was like, "I don't want a ball chain right now. I got no responsibilities but to feed myself right now. I'm free." They don't know. So you'll know it's about freeing myself from the matrix, the grid, the doing it what's appropriate for my brothers and my sisters to my left, to my right, humanity. And some people, they don't want to hear it. Well, don't listen to me. They don't like it when people preach. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to stand by me. But I'll go this way then, out of respect. I'll move this way. I'll go this way, man. And so I come to realize that I gotta love myself a lot,
Mhm.
and I love myself. I'm a walking jewel. For reals, we're walking crystals. If you guys know what I'm talking about. My blood, I'm a true native, man. I'm my bloodline deep, and so I come to realize that I could either be disgraced or honor to hold this title. So that's my legacy I want to leave. I'm writing on a couple books already, and I'm writing in the middle of rain sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't gonna stop my flow of my spirituality. Put it on pen and paper, man. It's I love my challenges. I know spirit wants to challenge me, and I realize, you know what? Let's have fun.
That's good.
Let's have fun. Let's smile while it's raining, man. I mean, I'm just being real, man. I'm just being real.
Hey, we are crystal. DNA is crystalline. That is structure. Everything. We are crystals. I mean, like, and this is my thing, right? There is no separation between me and a raccoon. There is no separation between me and a tree.
Mhm.
There is no separation between me and the earth. There is no separation between earth and the other planets. There ain't no only reason why there's a such thing as outer space because I'm inside my body. Everything else is outside of space. Like I always say, like when you go outside of this planet, everything is dark. It's dark out there. You don't see nothing when you go out this planet. The only reason why you see light is because light is interacting with light.
Yeah, body
Meaning
and
that the earth is giving off light and the sun is giving off light, and we just see the chemical reaction of it. What you say?
I was saying, your body and your vessel is a ball of light, of energy. It's like it's held within. So energy lives on forever, and all energy is existing and connected.
It's recycled.
Hmm.
Oh, here's another one for you guys. So, I didn't know how spiritual I was until I realized I was an empath when I learned to read people. So
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know I could read. I didn't know I could read energy first, but this is how I developed it. Was put myself as every character in the Bible or every character in any movie or book, whatever I read. It could be those Mr. Yuck stickers from back in the day. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why is that sticker saying that? It's to protect somebody. It's to spread the message. And so my empathy, my empath, it started growing when I realized that that's me. It doesn't matter if those characters are female or male. It's the story. It's the story behind it. And so for like Ruth or let's see, Mother Mary or somebody, the empathy to watch her son go through what he went through, or any story you could watch, you I put myself in their shoes. That's how I developed my empathy, and then it start flowing to me. Uh, well, actually, let me rephrase that. I opened up to it. I submitted and surrendered to spirit.
How'd you do that?
Humility goes back to humility.
Oh.
Letting you guys talk
Got
too.
back to himself.
Listening. Yes. I mean, this ain't
So
Lion King for real, but it's.
empathetically, you were drawn to this chat or this live.
You want to hear some conspiracy theory of mine?
Go ahead.
So
Yes.
I I really believe that when we touch onto YouTube, everything is programmed just for our profile. So what that got to do with it is that there's ascended masters behind these programs too. behind the desks. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you breaking up, man, and I really want to hear. I really want
I'm
to hear
hearing
what
it.
you're
I'm
saying. I
hearing it.
don't know what happened,
I
but
hear
I don't know
everything.
if it's because you're moving around or what. But I go back again. Start over.
So I believe that people behind these desks and these monitors, besides us right now
Hmm.
at YouTube, they connect us, man. They're part of our ascended masters.
So you think that
Some of these go.
Google is working towards the enlightenment of the people and not the detriment of the people?
Hmm. I'm
Wait.
optimistic. Remember, I'm optimistic. Remember,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And you're
and
going
that's
to
a
be directed
choice.
towards more optimistic people. Is
You finding your tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So check this out. I used to have this lens of fear, these glasses of fear. I used to wear these glasses, and I look at this world really ugly, right? I took them off, and now I put on these glasses. They want to use that phrase, rose-colored tinted glasses,
Rose
right?
colored. Yep.
So I took that off. Those are glasses of lust. So I pray. I don't only pray for wisdom, not only my discernment, but to see the truth, not his view, not her view, but spirit's view.
oh, I am enjoying listening to this.
I think Battle of the Twins. I think we got a subject
Mm-hmm.
that we need to talk about in private 101. And and what it is because you keep asking questions about how do a person know or like what was it. So I feel like you still waiting on the aha moment, maybe.
I
You can
am.
tell me I'm wrong. And
Nope.
so I feel like that's going to be something keen for
But you're
us to
open
talk about.
to and you're willing to battle of the twins. You're open and willing to figure out what it is that
Of
you
course.
need to do and the steps that you
And
need to take to be a part of this, journey that you're on, the changes and the challenges and what it would take within yourself to reach within to open up to the, you know,
To submit. Correct. And and Fee is definitely on the target. Yes, I do ask questions because these questions that I'm asking, I'm just trying to find the
Yeah,
answers,
compose them.
help
I
myself.
think I know. I think I know where we should talk, and I'm not gonna get ahead of myself. So I think if we talk in private and had that one on one to really dig into what it is about like this aha moment or this wake up moment, because like for I don't want to talk too much on here, but I had many moments where I would wake up and go back to sleep, so to speak. Just like how my dude said, how Godflow Pharaoh said he went through his shit for 20 something years, 15, 20 years. You
I was a
get what I'm
kid though, you
saying?
know what I'm
So
saying?
you said what?
I was a kid.
Yeah.
I was
And
at,
so
I could,
go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say at the time I realized that, hey man, I'm showing out for no reason. I'm acting ignorant and belligerent when I'm not even drunk. And the point behind it is that I need manners, and I realized that manners are the key to communication.
Manners is directly correlated with self control.
I used to swear a lot, and I've been cutting it back a lot. And like I said, it's taken me 10, 15 years, man. And this journey, my life's not a game, man. My life's not a joke no more. I'm not a clown no more. I took my paint and my clown nose off, man.
Mm-hmm. And
I put my work
unfortunately,
boots
a
on.
lot of people don't get that chance to realize that this shit, life is the only gift we got on this planet, man. Everything else can be replaced. You can make another life, but you can't make another pharaoh. You
Right.
can't make
You know what the scary
another
bit?
anime. You can't make another BOT. You say what?
You know, I say that too. You know that one saying? Is it called YOLO? You only live once.
Mhm.
So, like I speak about my nephew, I was telling him, I go, hey man, uh, the past is dead, man. Let it rest. because he's in depression.
Mhm.
And so I showing him the mindset. I go, when you look at the past too long, it's named depression because you're into this depression, you know, you're in this valley. And when
Mhm.
you look into the future too much, that's anxiety. That's the unknown. We have anxiety because of the unknown. So
Hmm.
that's where anxiety and depression comes from. So I was
Mhm.
telling him, hey man, I was like, hey man, explicit content right here. But I told him, man, get up before I kick you in the balls. so, so he's you didn't really kick me? I was nah, I kick you spiritually. He's did you? I was did I wake you up? He's like, yeah. So he understands my spiritual talk. He understands my language, my terminology, the things I break down to minute syllables, letters, and everything. Because the letter itself is a word, if you think about it. And this is not English is not my
Thank
native
you, bro.
tongue. So it's a Southampton is the name of my native tongue. But anyways, the point behind it is that living in the now and being grateful for the smallest things is my fuel to remember to look at spirit. Because I've been getting more blessings and more blessings lately. And I realize that my blessings that I get, I meant to distribute them and share them. But I know the difference between helping and enabling. So I ain't gonna give somebody a coin when he's gonna go buy a drink or he's gonna go buy whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I know the difference between help and enabling. I'm not gonna enable people to go back into the depression, go back into that dark night of the soul. I understand these negative cycles I put myself in, and my empathy shows that I'm not gonna let somebody go back into theirs. If it's in my strength, my power, my will, and my choice,
Mhm.
as an adult, I'm gonna cut them off, man. Nah, man. But you got this. Well, you can go to work, dog. Get up and go to work. As when you take a shit, who wipes your ass, man? Sure ain't you. Well, go wipe your ass because you walk around shitty, dog. So, I'm not joking. That's how I speak all the time. So you walk around shitty ass all the time. So so man, I'm clean and showered up. I'm not talking literally. So a lot of people don't understand my my vocabulary, man. I expanded my
Mhm.
vocabulary all on my own. Nobody pushed this on me. And I realized because I was raised on a farm, on a ranch, and my dad would say to me, you know, the fastest way to give a person intelligence and drive for life, introduce some responsibilities. So I took the responsibility to feed my horses and water them during the wintertime. And the more responsibilities I stacked on myself by choice, the more mature I fasted. Matured faster, the more responsibilities I took on. But only because I agreed with them, though, willingly.
Mhm.
So that's how I opened up people from dark night their souls, man. And it's very few who ask for help.
Mhm.
I
The
feel like I'm
learned
called.
helplessness. We don't even ask for help because we feel like ain't no point.
Well, I was gonna say I feel compelled to say I'm asking. I need help, so I'm asking for help. I need help. You know.
You need guidance.
Correct.
I got
Well,
you.
humility is straight up putting it out there, man. My weakness is being honest now. And I know that's my strength when I verbalize it, man.
Mhm.
I ain't no scholar. I don't have no degrees or anything like that, but I did my studies. I'm human for reals, you know what I'm saying? You guys just see me on the screen monitor the real furious feral wolf dog. And that means passionate. Furious means I'm passionate about helping people. And wolf dog, if you spell it backwards, what you get, Fee?
God flow.
What blow? Oh, that is cool. Okay.
So I used to be one of those wannabe rappers. I want to be one of those wannabe gangsters. And I realized, man, I'm killing my people selling them poison. What the fuck is wrong with me, man? I'm coming up off your suffering and pain. That's not cool. Being toxic's not cool no more, man.
It's not. It's not. And that's the problem because we most naturally. So the thing is that naturally, some peoples are Indians and some peoples are chiefs, right? That's just how it is. And and there's people who know that and take full advantage of that. And so the thing is that when we have our awakening moment, like in the Matrix, right, and we unhook ourselves from all the tubes, we gotta choose what fight we want to fight. Do we want to go back and eat the steak, or is we going to suffer a little bit? You know what I'm saying? Is we gonna fight for Zion, or is we gonna fight for the Matrix, for lack of a better term? And unfortunately, man, the shit that's going on these days is a well-oiled machine. Um,
Brainwash, man. Brainwash.
it is. Long story short, it is. I mean,
So I
you know
come
what
to
they
another
say.
philosophy.
You you cut the
Go
head off
ahead.
the snake, you control the body. Go ahead.
So since you brought up that topic now, uh, weakness is a choice, man. And I ain't choosing that no more.
It's only a choice once you know it's a choice.
Amen. So that's why you wait for the people to come ask for help. So to give them the renew of the resolve that always been an option they didn't realize. So I remember I told you I took some psychology, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
So in my head, I installed every emotion with the dimmer switch. You know, you got off and on switch, just off and on, right?
Mhm.
That's funny. I was talking about the dimmer switch earlier. Go ahead.
So I got 1 through 9. My emotions are always on, but every emotion has a dimmer switch. I control every one of them now by choice, willpower alone. I don't let nobody gaslight me or piss me off. I ain't giving my power away no more, man.
Mm.
It definitely relates to what we was talking about earlier. Like it's a choice. And that's what I was trying to convey, that it's a choice.
Yes, the whole theme
I
that
go,
what started this was yesterday was a blueprint. It's not a blueprint for the decisions for today. Choice and decision, same thing.
Mm-hmm. And and and
You were
and
saying?
so, like I was saying, excuse me. Like I was saying, there's only a choice once you know it's a choice. A lot of people is born with what they call generational curses, man. A lot of people is born with chains on their neck, on their feet, on their ankles, on their wrists. And it's easy for one of us to say it's a choice, but for a lot of people it's not a choice, because I remember when I was, when I was drinking, when I was smoking, when I was being a little slut, when I was not able to save money, like when I was indulging in what they call self-destructive behaviors, it
Mhm.
wasn't a choice for me, right? If it was a choice, because my thing is that who wakes up one day and wants to be like, what conscious living breathing person, right? Not a person who was, born, like I said, we got people who's third generation bloods and shit like that, like not those people, but just the average Joe, right? Let's say the 60 to 70% of society, right? Nobody wakes up and say, "Oh, I'm gonna be an arpist," or when I arpist, like a grapist. You get what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
nobody wakes up and say, "I'm gonna be a serial killer." Nobody wakes up one day and say, I'm gonna rob banks forever." Like those things are carved into the wood very earlier. Those things are ingrained in a person very early. Like nobody just wakes up one day and say, "Oh, I'm attracted to little kids," or like whatever it is. Like the shit everything is a learned behavior, right? But we got to remember, man, a lot of stuff that people do is not a choice because their choices is already made for them, man. And it's easy for us to say it's a choice because we operate out of choice. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of people, like I said, back in the day when I was drinking, let's use drinking for example, like it wasn't a choice for me because I seen my mother drink, right? And then subconsciously that was there, right? So then I was dealing with depression. I was dealing with anger. I was dealing with things that people have done to me. I was dealing with regret for things I've done to other people. And without the proper tools to deal with the job, I was only left to drink. That was my only choice because I wasn't drinking and going to kick it. That's different. I wasn't drinking and partying and stuff like that. I was drinking so I can go to sleep at night. So I was self-medicating, and without me diving as deep as I did into psychology and all of this other stuff, even before me asking why, right? Remember I was telling the story about me sitting on the side of the bed with a beer and I just asked myself, why am I doing this, why am I doing that? Without that aha moment, so to speak, there is not a choice because it's people, they abuse this saying, but a sin is a sin only once you know it's a sin. So you only know that you're going against nature once you understand what nature is and realize that you're going against the grain. So we got to be able, and that's where that whole waking people up thing come into place. What's up, little dude? What you doing, little man? No, you don't want to talk to me? It's cool. You
He wants to
coming?
talk.
Okay.
Let me mute. I'll be back.
What up, man? But yeah, it's not a choice for some people because some people haven't reached that point yet. Or or if even if they did was at that point, they got knocked down and they couldn't get back up for whatever reason. But and this is why I feel like the individualistic approach is so important in today's society because we got to look at everybody as an individual. Yeah, we all have the same emotions. Yeah, we all eat. Yeah, we all shit. Yeah, we all get horny. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Some of the basics, yeah, we all have. But at the end of the day, man, we all got different upbringings. And then, like, because of our different constitutions, the thing that make you laugh might make me cry. So not only can we not make blanket statements because of everybody's background is different, but we also can't make blanket statements because everybody's everybody's DNA and how they react to certain things and what make them laugh and what make them cry is different. And that's what I was challenging earlier, and I never really got around to really bringing that landing that plane home. But Pharaoh, he definitely made me think about it, and it's like it's only a choice once you know better. Once you are given another option, because the way the reticular activation system work is that if you program to hate money, then you can walk down the street and walk straight past $100 bill, right? But if a person loves money, right, you can walk down the street and then everything looks like money and you not gonna skip out on that $100 bill. That just like BOT. That just like, have you ever got like a pair of shoes or bought a car or something like that, and it was like before you bought that pair of shoes you never seen that pair of shoes ever, and then next thing you know you bought a pair of shoes and then everybody got those shoes on. Well, the thing is that those shoes was always there. It was because of your reticular activation system that you didn't deem it important. So since you didn't deem those shoes important, it was just a byproduct of your awareness. It wasn't the main focus of your awareness, if that makes sense. So I think one of these days
Uh,
I'm gonna do a live and gonna break down the reticular activation system. Go ahead.
So, first of all, I like how you worded that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's a lot more to it, and I know you know that there is. But you know what? In my mind, I reprogram myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I make things simplistic now.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to be material possessed. I used to be earthbound with materials. And I understand the fabrications that the programming of commercials, celebrities, and all that, what it does to humanity. When I have the moment to sit down and give my thoughts on some to help somebody, I ask them, do you really want to continue suffering? Do you really like being addicted? They're like, it was fun in games, but now it's not fun no more.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how you personalized it, because when you personalize something, you make eye comments, you're showing responsibility of how you face the challenges within yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So the point behind that is that my story, my testimony to call it, in the, I'm not even going to go there. But that's part of the programming, using the word testimony, the phrase, to express self's journey on exiting the matrix. And
Mm-hmm.
so what I'm speaking about is my mindset. I ask them, how's your mind? I ask a person, how's your feelings? So there's people who ask for my help, and I ask them what kind of help. So a dude would be like 25 and want a cigarette from me. I'd be like, nah, man, you got to go to work, right? What's that got to do with the cigarette? Get your own, man. I'm not going to encourage your addictions, because I got my own addictions, and I got to feed myself as an adult. Like I said, my responsibilities I met them. I I know I'm doing good, but I want to show others, hey man, you want this or that, you gotta go to work, and if you want more, you gotta go to school. So I'm leveling my consciousness with education, yes, but also my conversations will get deeper if the person persists on to know more. So, for example, when it goes down to the spirituality part, like how you're saying that we're all brought up and we're all chained down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, so that freedom of choice, there's people are not awake to these other options, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I share my testimony by saying, "Hey, man, I was in the prison of illusions.
Mm.
My addictions, my addictions are hell on earth, and you want to know how I got free? I'll ask the person, and it's rhetorical. And they'll be like, how? I realized that addictions are illusions too. So I had the key all along. These were invisible chains I had on myself. So how you get them off you? Well, first of all, one day at a time, and prove to myself that I can go without. So the basis of my grounding at this very moment is to remind you guys that I know you guys are alive and you're people. I'm in a homeless camp. I'm outside in the rain right now, and well, it's foggy right now. But the point behind it is the fact that every moment I see spirit in everybody. I see God in everybody. Everybody's a god and goddesses, and people want to limit themselves to a cap, and that cap is they want to be kings or queens. That's BS. That's programming, man. That's earthly programming. So when somebody says they're a king or a queen, like, there's another chain. There's many chains of illusions that I put on myself. I freed myself from. So, like for example,
Every
I
step
have
you,
nephews and nieces.
every level you go, it's going to be something. But go ahead.
So my nephews and nieces, they want to be gangbangers and all that crap too. So I tell them, hey man, and this is real talk. I'm about to get deep real quick. And I go, hey, do you want a commitment relationship where you just have one husband or many? I ask my niece or my nephew, you want one wife or do you want many? And they both say one. I go, when you join a gang, you're married to all of them. They be sharing each other, man. They're like, damn, man, that's real. It's like, so there's no commitment there. There's commitment of sacrificing your body for profit, for financial gain. And I call those dummy missions now. You're going out for a mission for somebody else to gain all the benefits. And when you reap nothing but negative consequences. So it's asking them to look at these other options and sharing my testimony, what I experienced, because that's what I experienced. It's like it's a hidden sex slave. It's hidden occult. It's hidden. So yeah, just give them the reality of things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just these are illusions, man. This is dark magic. It's witchcraft. They're manipulating you with words, spellcrafting with manipulative words. And so, hey, man, in all reality, you're going to be a follower, man. Nobody's going to be a chief. Everybody wants to be a chief, but nobody want to be a warrior. So I'm going to throw those titles away because I'm going to say I'm just human. I'm your brother and I'm your brother or your sister. I've got both masculine and feminine energy. So where I'm going with that is this: the flesh is an illusion, man.
Mm. That's
There's
deep.
monks can go out there and survive off one leaf a day, one blade of grass a day, one cup of water a whole day, out in the elements. If they can do it, I can do it. If I can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, no, that's deep, man. Like I was saying, man, no matter where you turn, no matter what you do, there's going to be a positive and a negative. Everything. So we live in a dualistic reality. So everything operates off of polarity. So it's about you having that vision and you being able to navigate it. And back to Battle of the Twins, like it ain't no getting it right. It ain't no it ain't no one aha moment that's just gonna like you just like how you come up with many ideas, that one that's gonna catapult you is just gonna come to you just like all those other ideas. It's just gonna be the fact that this one sticks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so like when I first got into meditation, I was contemplating telling this earlier, but when I first got into like, taking my knowledge of self serious, right? I don't like saying spiritual journey. I like to say my knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? I used to wait for aha moments. I used to be like, damn, man, I don't feel nothing. I don't see nothing. I don't this, I
Mhm.
don't that. But the thing was that I had a false perception of what to expect. And I was basing it off of all of these different things. Right. So it ain't necessarily about I think it's the quality of the knowledge and versus having so much knowledge. And I think that if you just get pointed in the right direction, it's going to help you out a lot. And I
Mhm.
feel like the same thing like what Pharaoh was saying, it's all about you being in tune with yourself.
Right.
Because believe it or not, man, it's a lot of people that don't got that little voice in their head that sound just like them, but it always tell them the right thing to do no matter what. It's a lot of people that don't got that little voice in their head. You can call it spirit, you can call it your conscious, you can call it whatever you wanted to call it. There's a lot of people that's disconnected from that.
Mhm.
It's a lot of people that's disconnected from the butterfly effect, no matter if it's a positive, I'm in love, or if it's a negative, I'm scared. It's a lot of people that's numb to that. So it's like what's really important is you on your journey. Even though we all co-creators, and
Mhm.
even though we all, using our brushes to brush this canvas, like we all share the canvas. So we all going to cross paths. But again, it's about you being able to be in tune with you. that's more important than anything. What's up, Spirit? Oh, okay. All right, she back. All right. Oh, it's two pharaohs in here. Wait, what happened?
I
Why is
am
it two
back.
pharaohs?
What happened to Pharaoh?
Okay, one of the pharaohs left, and then this one say it got to reconnect. Yeah, so I don't even remember what I was saying. I was just freestyling for real, but it's all about you. Don't forget about us. No, it's all about you.
Right.
Oh shit! I just tried to click Pharaoh in and he left again. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, your fan is blowing directly on the phone, sister
I
girl.
hear
We
it.
can
I
smell
see.
your
I
breath.
see. I see.
I
I just
mean, we can
unplugged
hear
my
the
phone.
fan.
I noticed.
But no, yeah, it's all about being in tune with you. And like I said, a lot of the conversation I want to have one on one, but it's just about like I said, man, those moments is going to be just like any other moment, but it's instead it's just going to stick and it's just going to feel better.
Hmm. I'm just trying to find that.
Well, what's your primary goal? Because I hear you say multiple streams of income. So so are you focused on the balance between moving in purpose and moving in prosperity?
Yes, of course.
Well, I want you to forget the prosperity then.
You said what?
Forget the prosperity. It say Pharaoh, it say you gotta give it permission for your mic. You gotta forget if that's the case, then you for right now, you're gonna have to choose a path. Either you're gonna chase the prosperity. Now we got two sister girls.
Okay.
Okay. So right now you're gonna have to choose a path. Remember, we operate out of duality. So either you're gonna move based off of purpose or you're gonna move based off of money.
Oh, of a purpose. I never chase the money. I move. I would move
Okay.
for purpose.
Okay. Okay. Say something, sister girl.
Like what? I'm not materialistic at all. Like I don't chase money at all. I'm just trying to chase my purpose.
I'm not saying that, but but based off of what you just said, based off of the question I asked, we gotta pursue purpose. Purpose, purpose, purpose. Purpose, purpose, purpose. Like like for me, man, like I love people with this unwavering feeling like I can't explain it. Like I love life. I always like I remember being like 9, 10, 11, 12, just contemplating life, outer space and anything that had to deal with life, man. Cause I used to spend a lot of time in the house. So like I used to watch nature shows. I used to watch, you know what I'm saying? Well, PBS, and you know the type of stuff PBS have, like all educational stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I used to be knee deep into all of that shit, man, trying to figure out where we come from, where we going, what happened when you die. Like that shit made me deject. I was already dejected from life, but that shit really made me dejected from life because I had I had all these questions without I had all these questions without I had all these questions without, for one, the proper guidance, and for two, the proper capacity to deal with the answers.
Hmm.
But I always had this love for life, man. I always loved people, man. And so like by me growing up the way I grew up and not me growing up the way I grew up, not being socialized, being under socialized, it's
Mhm.
only natural for me to be able to do this now because that's always something that I craved was to be loved, was to be accepted, for me to be able to identify with a pack. And like I said earlier, I've been times where I fit in with every fashion, every group, but I never really either I never 100% fit in or I never really felt like they 100% accepted me. And that's cool because now I see the benefit of that, which is that I can be the person that I am today and I can be in the position that I'm in today, which is, being the host of a channel, and I'll be able to connect with everybody on a certain level. You know what I'm saying? So it's just really about divine alignment, man. And I feel like you had to go through what you went through so you can be able to appreciate what you about to receive.
Right.
Because
Yes.
all hope isn't lost. Like what you've been through was for a purpose. Like the discipline, the education, the trials and errors of, some of your friendships, some of your romantic related relationships. What is a relationship? Some of your romantic relationships. You know what I'm saying? Like all of it was meant for a purpose. And the moment I started accepting that everything I've been through was happening for a purpose, the moment I was able to start living in the future and not in the past. Because I was so busy trying to make sense of everything. Why is this? Why is that? Why is this? Why is that? And that shit will drive you crazy because you're not going to be able to make sense of everything, even though the brain's purpose is to make sense. You're not, and then like everything, you're not going to be able to make sense right then, right there, right away. Like it's just unrealistic. So I don't know if anybody got anything they want to say or any questions, comments, or concerns. You can save me from just talking, talking, talking. I feel like I'm just talking, 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 talking,
No,
talking.
you're good.
You're fine. You're fine, man. How
Because
about
I
this,
just
man?
wanted to
How about
see.
I was gonna say let's go back to the beginning of where he said, "How do I encourage or help somebody?" Right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
And what do you say to a person that feels lost?
No, no. So when he came in, what we was talking about, she had made a blanket statement about certain things as a choice, and so what's up, dude? Uh huh. I want some chips, man? You
He's
you
listening
got some
very hard.
chips?
You okay?
I got humility though.
So so what we was saying was that what do you say about a person who has learned helplessness? And so for the sake of conversation, oh my God, I've been recording a voice note on my phone for the last 12 minutes. That's crazy. Voice notes
Keep
is
it. You,
crazy.
you you never know because maybe it was meant to, to be
Go back and
recorded. Like that.
replay it.
Yeah.
Well, I just deleted it, so maybe it was meant to be deleted. No, just so
Jesus.
let me pull up the definition of learned helplessness real fast. Learn. You know what? I forgot. I'm on the computer tonight, so I can do it on the computer. So yeah, when Pharaoh came in, she had made a blanket statement about people have. I don't want to get it wrong, but she had made a statement about people getting things like them choosing to change their life. www
I was saying
dot
people have a choice. They have a they have a choice
POR.
to
I
choose.
mean, no, let me erase that. GOOGLE. Hello, is my mic on? Y'all ain't hear that, did y'all?
Yeah.
Look,
VOO.
look. She said POO.
I don't care.
Anyways,
She
my thing
said I
was
don't care.
I said a statement that people have a choice. They could choose
So I
whether to
don't I don't
elevate
I don't think
or
it's a
stay the same.
choice until you know you have a choice. That's what I was saying. All right, so Pharaoh, I'm about to share my screen real fast. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Hopefully you will, because then I would have just wasted 2 minutes of my life.
Sorry.
But let me make sure
It's
ain't nothing. All right,
working.
it's working. You can see it. All
Yes.
right. So we're gonna take about 2-3 minutes and just look up some different examples of learned helplessness. Okay. So, learned helplessness is a mental state that occurs when someone repeatedly experiences stressful situations that are beyond their control and doesn't take action to change them. They believe they are unable to control or change the situation. And that goes back into the last live I did about the manifestation block where I read that article. They lose motivation, right? And this is very key. They lose motivation to exercise control in many areas of their life. They feel incapable of not revisiting or returning to repeatedly painful experiences. So this is when you go through some shit and your subconscious just shuts it down completely.
Mm-hmm.
Learned helplessness can lead to increased feelings of stress and depression, a link with post traumatic stress disorder, a erosion
PTSD,
of self efficiency. You said what?
PTSD.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. An a erosion of self efficiency and internal locus of control. What is a locus of control? have no clue. Psychological sites. I need something to eat. I need a break. Psychologists first described learned helplessness in 1967 as a series of experiments on animals. All right. So, all
Wait,
right. I want
pause.
to go to Google
Pause.
images and see what you was going to say while I said that while I was pulling this up.
Yeah. So
I'm just gonna have my mic on. I'm gonna turn my camera off.
For
locus
sure.
of control is a person's belief about whether they have control over the events in their life or if external forces are in control. Hmm.
So that live that I did the other day, when we was talking about the two mindsets, right? One of them was a mindset of growth, a growth mindset, and one of them was what was the name of the other one? Shit.
Um, the
Ooh,
circle
what was
thing,
the name of that? Huh?
the circle, hero of something, 7 steps of hero.
No, 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 no. I did a live, and that's when we was talking in private. I'm talking about it was a live that I did the other day that was called something about the manifestation blocks.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
I'm listening still, but I'm turning my mic off.
Okay, cool. Um, removing manifestation blockages, the power of what was it? So the other day I did a live where I read an article and we watched the video that was on the article, and it was the power of the mindset, 8 ways to cultivate a growth mindset. So in that live, it was they talked about two different mindsets that was prominent. A fixed mindset and a growth mindset, right? So this learned helplessness sounds like it goes directly into a fixed mindset. So fixed mindset versus growth. GROWTHMINDSEAT. I feel like this is deja vu. This is divine alignment right here, y'all. That's a confirmation for me. Once I start having deja vu moments, every time I have a deja vu moment, it's a positive thing. So we read an article that was based off of Dr. What was her name? Dwyer. Can't remember her name. Dr. Dwyer or something like that. So the Dr. D, I'm gonna call her name Dr. D. The Dr. D is plausible for sure. Uh, she came up with the fixed mindset versus the growth mindset. And of course, there's been many different iterations and versions of this, but she had this specific set of terminology. Okay, and so this is a real thing, man, and this is very prominent in society. This is how we get generations of degenerates because those things that we pass down, either you rich dad or poor dad, right? All types of different dichotomies that goes into this. But if you can see right here on fixed mindset, it says I'm only good at certain things. I give up when it gets too hard. I hate challenges. I don't like doing what I don't know, which is very important. But the reason why I skipped this one is that it say I take feedback and criticism personally. So there's an emotional attachment that locks you into not being able to grow. And so this is why I was saying that it's not necessarily a choice for everybody because not everybody is aware that they have a fixed mindset. Not everybody is aware that they have what's called learned helplessness. So that's why it was important for Pharaoh to come in and say what he's saying is because for one, I can't force nothing on you, right? There's a lot of people that want to help people, right? But instead of saying, how can I help you? They say, let me do this for you. And that's going, you're going to make an enemy almost every time when you do that because it's, you making somebody feel less than, right? So, so a lot of us have a lot of tendencies of the fixed mindset and we don't know it, right? A lot of us who deal with addiction, a lot of us who like is failing to, how can I say this, to find their purpose, stuff like that. They have some of these blockages, right? So if I can read this, what you call them real fast from Simply Psychology, doc, Simply Psychology. How can I? Why can't I make this big? They're gonna make me go to the website. I knew it. Oh, I don't want to read a whole article.
Can
I
I?
just want this
So can I
sentence.
touch on that?
Not without her permission.
Damn. Where's the sound effects
I thought
now?
that was funny, man. I thought that was funny. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
Hey man, what's the title of that again?
Learned helplessness.
Learn helplessness.
Learn
Yeah, that is, it's a degree if a person is unaware of these things, of these programmings. These are, to me, everything's program, right? So
Mm-hmm.
there's a there's always an opportunity for a person to take their power back of control of their life. I, for example, I got tired of darkness, man, and so I didn't realize I was becoming a philosopher when I start writing poems, writing raps, writing just writing in general, drawing, sketching, painting, anything artistic. And so when I see somebody young and I go, "Hey man, who taught you that?" And they're like, "So and so and so and so." They'll glamorize and glorify something negative, right? And I'll be like, "Hey man, how come you try to learn something new?" They're like, "What?" I was all, "This is gonna get you jail, prison, or death." I'm gonna give you a shortcut to the ending right now. So there's
Hey,
opportunities
hold that
for
thought one
every
second,
one of
Pharaoh. I'll be
us.
right
What
back.
you
I
just
want I
said a
want
few minutes
something to
ago
say. Hold
was
on
a
one second.
great manifestation breakthrough phrase. This is the opportunity for me to take control of my life.
All right, y'all. All right, I'm back. I just had to grab my L blanket real fast. I'm cold. I'm hungry and cold. All right, go ahead, y'all. So
I said that what he said a few
I
seconds
don't know
ago.
who was talking.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
what Pharaoh said
I'm
earlier
still here.
was a good breakthrough manifestation phrase when he said, "This is the opportunity to take control of my life."
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's
So you were saying the last thing I heard you say, Pharaoh, was that they glorify Beth.
So the younger generation go, hey, this is an opportunity for you to reprogram yourself.
Right.
So I believe
Oh, go ahead.
anybody who comes across my path now, if they want to have an open discussion
Mm-hmm.
about changing their life, I'll be like, hey, this is the opportunity now. And they're like, what do you mean? I mean, somebody taught you how to deal those drugs, and somebody taught you how to shoot that gun. Somebody taught you how to weigh that fucking dope out. You're using your skills right now, but you're using them for negative. So this is your opportunity to use them for positive.
Hmm.
They'd be like, where are you going with this? Well, do you want to keep repeating these cycles? They're like, what do you mean it's a cycle? I'll go look back and I'll sit there with humility, remain silent, and try to ask another question or ask more in depth details. So, for example,
Mm-hmm.
I let them process. I let them process and analyze their thoughts and their memories and their emotions of acknowledging that's a cycle, a negative cycle to jail, death, or prison. So just give them that
Mm-hmm.
opportunity to reflect back, period.
I think that's very important because, like I said, a lot of helpers approach a situation and say, "Let me fix this for you," or "Let me fix you," instead of saying, "How can I help you?" Right? And I had to learn that myself because a lot of people is on edge, right? A lot of people is very, very fragile. A lot of people has a very, very thin exterior shell. And,
Hmm.
and the last thing they need is for somebody to either remind them of something that they feel powerless to control, or to allow them, or to make them aware of one more thing that makes them either weak, inferior, or different. You get what I'm saying? So it's like we got to be very careful when it come down to how we help people. And that's why I always tell people, like, you get a coaching session with me or whatever, like, you're gonna have to get vulnerable. You're gonna have to express yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to be able to recall some memories because you didn't a lot of people have a problem with becoming the person that they want, and they think it's because it's something that they doing wrong. And the only thing that they really doing wrong is ignoring where they came from. You can't necessarily just ignore where you come from, because the things that make you who you are was planted within you a long time ago. And so that's what was important about the last live I did the other night when I was talking to the young lady from where she was from, North Carolina or something, South Carolina, was that she wanted a relationship. She wanted this and she wanted that, but her vision didn't align with the words that she spake, because the words that she spoke was in alignment with hot girl summer, independent woman, don't need a man. She said, I'm a real woman and this one and now. I say, so what's the definition of a real woman? Well, somebody who take care of business and pay her bills and this one and that one, and take care of this and take care of that. And she said, I don't really need a man. I say, so do you want a monogamous relationship? She said, yeah. I say, are you bisexual? She was like, well, yeah. I'm like, okay, that's cool. So, but do you see yourself being with a woman long term? She said, no, I want to be with a man long term. I say, well, you need a man. So don't put it in the ethers that you don't need a man, because you're gonna repel the men. Energetically, you're gonna repel the men. So we gotta even watch like the stuff that these women is telling us, like Vivica A. Fox and all of these women who wait till they 60 years old to try to, settle down. Like, no, you got to watch the terminology that you use. You can't say that you don't need a man. You can't say you don't need a man when you need protection. You need companionship. You need a mile a foot long. You need all of these things. So it's just, I know I'm just rambling and bambling. Somebody save me, but we just got to be mindful of the minute details, man. What's my point? How did I even start talking about this in the first place? I don't
I'll touch on
remember.
something.
Uh,
Am I okay to go or what?
uh-huh.
So check this out, man.
Green light.
So you're hungry right now, right?
Yeah.
And you're
Starving.
tired right now, right? So
A
you're
little
showing me
bit.
your human characteristics. You, basically, what I'm saying, I'm breaking it down. Your five senses got needs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know what you talk
Mm-hmm.
about, Fee. You went off topic. I know you went off topic. I don't mind if you're rambling on because I know where your topic is still, even though, but it is being sensitive when it comes to giving advice and helping someone, right? That's the topic you was on.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So,
Helping people. Okay, go ahead.
so like I said, I remind myself moment to moment, I'm human. I need sleep. I need food. I need socialization. I don't need sex. I want sex. So the point behind it is this reminding my brothers and sisters to my left and my right, they're human too. So that's when my empath kicks in. So I know there's people who have the same resources at their disposal. They can get food stamps, they can get a job, they can walk to work like I do. They can do these things. So I'm not going to enable them because the moment I enable them with a cigarette or a dollar or something, I'm enabling laziness now. It gives them no drive to go get it themselves. So
Mm-hmm.
there's a gentleman. There's a gentleman asked me, "Well, how can you help those guys out?" I go, "There's a difference." He's like, "What's the difference?" Well, first of all, they walk and they go to work and they they reciprocate. They reciprocate the energy. So what are you saying? You hate me? I go, no, those are your words. I go, don't speak for me. Do not speak for me. Out of love and respect, only speak for yourself. And it's intimidating when I'm assertive. You know what I'm saying? Can you guys feel that energy I'm voicing? So the point behind it is this: I know how powerful
Mm-hmm.
my voice is, but the power did not come just from my voice. It come from the discipline of things that I denied myself of. So the
Mm-hmm.
discipline that I carry my cross, Christian wise speaking, is the fact that I can go one day with a meal. I can go one day with a drink of water. I don't need to overindulge. I'm not surviving. I'm thriving because I know the difference between existing, that'd be like a rock, living, that'd be just getting by, and thriving is that I can go without it and deny myself, even though I have access to it. So when it comes to helping somebody, I remind them, hey man, I'll walk with you. How about that? Well, I don't got the money. Well, I'm sorry, man. You know how to get it, man. You're a grown adult. So like at jail, I remind people I'm not going back to jail, but what I'm saying when I was, I'm like, hey man, we ain't no different because we all got the same address right now. We're all shopping at the same store. We all got the same access to the same resources. But what's going within with my message is this: I'm not hurting you. You're hurting yourself more than me by denying yourself for putting in the work. So I remind them, go to work. I love you. This is my limitation. I'm not going to enable you. Love yourself now. Get up, go wipe your ass, and do what you got to do because I'm not doing it for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sad because like we were just reading, man, a lot of people are so fucked up that they can't even try. Like they beat into submission, for lack of a better term. And it just like, the slave master ain't gotta whip every slave or beat every slave or cut every slave foot off, because you get one prime example and you can mark a generation. But you can mark 20 generations just by hanging one person. And it's really crazy because at the end of the day, it's like once you cross the bridge, you realize it is as simple as making a choice. But until you fight over whatever the blockages that you have, because a lot of people, and then that's the thing, because a lot of people fight over blockages without having the awareness and the knowledge that we have on this live. And so willpower is definitely a thing. The power is two things, right? The power of belief and the power of love is the two strongest things in the world, man. The power of belief and the power of love. And it's like a
Okay,
lot of
on
people
that
don't
topic of
even.
belief and love, are hope and belief the same thing?
Well,
Is having
use hope in
hope?
a sentence and then use belief in a sentence.
I hope I can change. I believe I can change. Believing is much stronger than hoping.
But it sounds like one of them is saying I want it, and the other one is saying is I know it's going to happen.
Yes.
Wait, somebody left and trying to come back. We
Who
found
left?
love.
Who's still here?
Me.
No, no, but I heard a ding, so it sounds like somebody trying to come in. So that I be hearing that they tell me when people trying to join in. For some reason,
I heard.
Why can't I switch?
How many people can join at a
Why can't I
time?
switch? On this version, I think like 10 or 20. It ain't that many. All right, so it's two king fees. Oh no, Pharaoh coming back. Okay, Pharaoh. All right, so this the screen share. Let me remove the screen share. But I can't remember what I was saying. But long story short, man, the power of belief is very strong, man. The power of belief is
Belief and
probably the
love.
strongest. Huh?
You were talking about belief and love.
Oh,
Yeah,
belief in
yeah, yeah. But I really wanted to focus on belief.
faith and hope. I know it's faith and hope.
Faith, hope, and love.
Well,
I
I'm
know
not
the
saying you're
difference.
wrong, but so when I was in school, I took a religious studies class. I majored in religious studies, and one thing that we was talking about was the power of belief. So I mean, like when you say faith and hope, that sounds like belief to me, and hope maybe not, but faith is kind of similar to belief. Is knowing, right, that you something can happen. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying you're wrong, but I just wanted to focus in on the power of belief. And it's like whatever you believe to be true will be true, man. Like I can hope things can get better in my life, but if I don't believe that things could get better in my life, then it's probably not going to happen, or it's not going to happen as fast. Like the power of belief is very important, man. And that's what these articles that I was just showing.
Is there anything that can contradict a belief?
Is there anything that can contradict a belief?
Yes.
Mm, no, I think the belief is the ground zero, meaning that the belief is where everything starts. So Pharaoh, I don't think that no, I don't think anything contradicts a belief because I don't think the only thing that can contradict a belief is not believing. You get what I'm saying? So it don't matter what you believe in, right? And that's what and so I'm probably gonna get in trouble for telling y'all this, but that's the secret to all of the religions. The it's not if one God is bigger than the other one, or my God got a bigger penis than yours, or my God got a bigger army than yours, or all that shit don't mean nothing, man. What matters is the people placing their belief into the thing. You can pray to, and this is what I learned in the religious studies class. That's how I know. Well, I ain't even gonna say that. I don't want to make no enemies, but but you can pray to a rock. Even when you look at the definition, like, because I incorporated my own church, right? And I was going to open up a non-denominational nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? And so even when you go to the IRS, right? Because you got to get, like, after you incorporate with the state, right? After you start a nonprofit entity, then you got to get what is that called? Not a social security number, but what is that thing
The
called for your
IE,
business? Yes, 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 yes. Yo, business tax identification number, or EIN. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Employer identification number. But anyways, if you even if you was to go by the IRS's definition of things like church and stuff like that, religion, et cetera, it will blow your mind to really dive into what these things really mean versus what we think that they mean, man. But long story short, what I was just hammering home was that it don't matter if you pray to a rock. Like, if I wanted to incorporate a church that say the Church of Rocks, and we pray to a rock every Sunday, I can, like, incorporate that with the state, and I can get, and shit, I might be able to get some funding for it. You know what I'm saying? It might not be from the state or from the government, but there might be some nonprofit organizations that'll give me money for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't matter what you place and that's what he was talking about, the focus earlier, the different focuses. It don't matter what you focus. Well, elementally
so
speaking,
I
when we
mean,
talking about stuff like wands and stuff like that, it kind of make a difference. But overall, in general, the big picture, it doesn't matter what you believe in or what you put your focus on. What matters is the fact that you believe in the first place. Because in certain circles, man, they believe that the power of desire is the key to all manifestations. But you can't have desire if you don't have belief. Wait, did I say that right?
you can't have desire without what?
Belief.
Oh,
I said you can't have desire without belief. Did I say that right? Did I?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Uh,
it makes sense.
but I don't think I said that how I was
Like
thinking
without
it.
having hope without faith is dead, like something like that.
no,
Faith
faith without.
without works is dead.
Well,
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, because if you believe in whatever you have faith in, then you're gonna put the work in and succeed. But But yeah, man, like the desire is key, man. Having the desire. If your desire is strong enough, that's why they say, don't curse people out in road rage or don't wish harm upon people, because even if it's just something in a moment, man, sometimes the emotional charge behind the words that you speak, and Pharaoh was talking about this earlier too, man. Pharaoh was dropping some gems, man. But sometimes the
Man,
emotional charge behind the words that you speak make it manifest faster than just the words itself. No matter if it's positive or negative, energy don't have eyes. Energy don't have a moral complex. And that's the difference between paganism and modern day religion, because in modern day religion we don't curse nobody. All the major religions believe in forgiveness and peace and all of that stuff, right? That's and I'm giving y'all some game. That's the reason why they don't want y'all to practice certain things, is because it ain't no quote unquote moral complex in some of those other quote unquote pagan or some of those other systems. It's survival of the fittest with those other systems. Okay, all right. You want to steal from me? Okay, cool. I'm gonna put something on that ass. Where somebody steal from you when you reading the good book or the holy book, then it's grace and forgiveness and mercy.
I mean, but
But
just
though,
like you were saying, to recap, when you were saying you can come up with a non-profit and, say you have a church of people praying to a rock, it's the
a
same
rock.
thing as the systematic ways of the matrix, where we we added value or to a note, which is the dollar bill. And
That's a very mundane version of exactly what we. I would classify that as a common sense thing, right? That's one of those things that's common sense, because common sense just literally means that we all agree upon something, right? So the color blue is the color blue, right? The BLUE, not it, the shade of the color, but the name of the color blue is the color blue because we all agree, okay, that's blue. So we talking about fiat notes or promissory notes, the reason why the money have power is because we all agree that it has power.
yeah, it's a belief.
So so if we all stop using the money, then it ain't got no power. It ain't like if we all
Yeah.
banded
So,
together
but
and
that's the
stop
same
using
thing with
money.
religion. If a whole group of people stop believing in one, stop believing in Buddha, or they stop believing in whoever they, look up to, it won't exist.
Then he failed to exist, because it's
may I break it
us.
down
It's
in my
us. That's
words?
that's us giving its charge. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can
We're
use as
putting
many
our
words as you
energy
want.
and time.
You guys still there, right?
Yeah, but she was saying something and her mic cut off.
Oh yeah, I heard it drop. So check this out, man.
Hmm.
How I was raised is I didn't realize this. Everything that man made is a construct. A ruler is a measurement of time, so it got 12 numbers equivalent to a ruler that we use to measure on paper or some other device. And so where I'm going with that is that spirituality is the roots of all religion. Religions are all just byproducts of spirituality, and religions are just different styles of prayer. So it's my intentions what I manifest, if it's negative or emotional, depending on the how I charge my words. So I want to use Fee's wording.
I I agree. It's, again, like I said, I took a class. So what I'm telling y'all, it might not be out in the public, but but the people who got these doctorates in religious studies and stuff like that, like they know what I'm telling y'all. Like it's a science behind it, right? Like it's the power of intention, it's the power of belief, it's the power of desire. That's the key. Like, and that's the thing, because it's people who is very rich, right? If we want to call them rich, that we never see from, that we never hear from, but they got their finger in every single piece of society. And they know exactly what we talking about because they control what we know and don't know as a society. So it's people out here, and this is what I got a problem with is how can you sit here and watch people kill themselves, murder each other, take drugs, all of this stuff when you got the power to stop this stuff? Because everything that we scratching to figure out, they know it. That just like somebody release a biological weapon inside of society. They know what this biological weapon is, but now we got doctors and nurses and the CDC trying to figure out whatever this thing is. Maybe not the
Hey
CDC,
yo,
but
hey
what
yo,
up,
Pete.
Mike?
So check this out, man. What I see for living out in the country and then moving into the city, I'm well aware of scare tactics, man. And scare tactics don't work on me by choice alone. The the government can go pump fear elsewhere, man. I'm not a victim. I'm victorious. And what I mean by that is this: I took my power back by reprogramming myself, by having my willpower. But not only that is the fact that as an individual, I'm stronger than a gang. It takes a group of people to come against me. It takes a government to come against me. I must be doing something right.
Hmm. Yeah, and they gonna talk a lot of shit, man. They gonna mix some truth with some. They gonna mix some truth with some bad. They gonna mix some old with some new. I mean, they gonna mix some truth with some false. They gonna mix some good with some bad. They gonna mix some all that stuff, man. And it's all about your attention. That's the key. Now, we talked about the most powerful thing, right? And that's, everybody can wait, somebody left and came back. Somebody trying to come back in. Who is this trying to come in? Pharaoh trying to come in again. I don't know what happened, but there go Pharaoh.
Hey man, I'm gonna bounce out because my phone's getting wet.
All right, bro, man. Peace, love, health, and
Have a
wealth to
good
you, man.
night.
Laters, man.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. Pharaoh, but I don't remember what I was saying, but
It's that point of
it,
night. It's 2:14 a.m. over here.
it's desires, man. It's intentions that's very important. It's the desires and it's the intentions. Your attention. That was what I was saying. Your attention, right, is very important. It's more is now the attention, right, is more valuable than gold, right? If you think about it, during the Super Bowl, they paid millions of dollars just for a 30-second slot. You know what I'm saying? So your attention, meaning what you focus on, is very important, man. Because if you get to focusing on something, then again, eventually you're going to be able to desire something and you're going to put your faith in something. It don't matter what it is, it's just whether you choose it or not. So I don't know, man. I'm tired. But I think I want to grab something to eat and decompress and then go to sleep. But but yeah, so any other questions, comments, or concerns before we all lay it down. Lay
Nope,
your
I'm good.
head. Look, girl, you sound like the corner of your
Have a
mouth
good
dry.
night.
Oh, bye bye. Have a good night.
You sound like
Blessings.
you was sleepy sleep.
No, I'm working actually.
Oh, you out on the road? Back on the road again.
No, some chores.
Oh, you making
I
content?
swear, trying to talk to you is like two opposite ends of the magnet. I said good night.
You said what?
Like two opposite ends of a magnet. I said good night. Did you hear me?
All right. Good night. Peace, love, health, and wealth to you and yours.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye bye. Look, man, they can't hang with King Fee, man. King Fee back at it again. Oh my God, I'm back at it again. Back at it in the kitchen. Brr, 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 brr. But yeah, though, man, they said we got 4 people in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to Sister Girl. She got an amazing story, man, and it's just getting started, man. I can't wait. I'm gonna have her up here on the 101 one day, man. It's just gonna be me and Sister Girl talking one day, man. And she got some shit to tell. Like I said, Sister Girl, man, you just keep on doing what you're doing. Just focus on one thing at a time, and you're gonna be magnificent. All right. Shout out to the Battle of the Twins. When I tell you Battle of the Twins got a hell of a story, and they ain't over yet, man. You just won't believe it, man. You won't believe it until you see it, man. These shout out to my Washingtonian, man. Shout out to my Husky. Shout out to my boy Pharaoh. You know, Pharaoh handsome, of course, you know. But when you see these beautiful faces that come up here on this live, you would never ever think that they been through what they been through, or they going through what they going through. DJ Jazzy Jeff next. What do I do? I'm about to DJ Jazzy myself in a minute. I'm just I'm closing it down. But yeah, on my other YouTube channel, man, I got another YouTube channel that I don't promote. I got a video where I talk about claiming your victory hood over your victimhood. And I didn't get a chance to talk about that because, I don't want to overtalk nobody because I'll get to talking and I'll forget what I'm talking about. I'm talking so much. But yeah, I definitely got a video, Pharaoh, from a couple years ago where I was talking about claiming your victory hood over your victimhood. Like we always talk about victimhood, but we never tap into that victory hood, man. And that's very important. So that can be another topic for another day, Pharaoh. It's just so many things that y'all was saying that I would love to go in on, but it's just like, oh man, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, but shout out to all the beautiful souls that came up here and shared. Shout out to everybody who was being creepers in the chat. And that's okay. I joke around a lot, but shout out to everybody who pulled up to the chat. I hope y'all was able to learn something. Hopefully y'all was able to gain some insight. And at the very least, I hope that I was at least able to make y'all smile once or twice. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Alien Superstar, always pulling up and showing support. Shout out to All Star Fan and everybody else a part of the Vibe Tribe. All right. So, like I said, man, when it come down to removing manifestation blockages, right? Because that's the name of this series. It all starts with you. It don't matter what Coach Val say. It don't matter what Coach Fee say. It don't matter what nobody say. Who, what, when, where, why, how. What matters is that are you able to be in alignment with the vision that you have for yourself? And then once you get in alignment, are you willing to do whatever it is to take to make that vision come to fruition? Right? A lot of people in the Bible had a vision, but they didn't know how the hell they was gonna get there. And that's the beauty of the story. It's the path of getting to the destination, right? So, like I always say, man, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here and to serve you all. If you let them tell my story, man, I wasn't even supposed to be here, man. So I appreciate it. Whew, man. So, peace, love, health, and wealth. If anybody try to sell you anything else, tell them to put it back on the shelf because we ain't buying it. Peace. Back at it.